Chapter 1424. Clang. Chi. A spear and an axe collided head-on for the first time. The green light and blue light intertwined, and the blue light undoubtedly had the advantage. However, the fluctuation of star source energy gave the green light the ability to contend with the blue light. Under this attack, Old Monster Yin-Zhe and Lin Feng both retreated, but almost instantly, the two of them clashed again. Pung! 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 Golden spears clashed, and power rumbled. The spear and the axe were evenly matched. Although Old Monster Yin-Zhe had the absolute advantage in terms of size and star source energy, Lin Feng was always able to contend with him, easily blocking him, and even looking for an opportunity to counterattack. The two of them exchanged blows, and it was very lively. The surrounding cultivators were all suffocating. So it's not speed. Strength is this human's pride. The Underworld Emperor's eyes lit up. In his heart, he was shocked. In the entire Underworld, there were not many who could compete with Old Monster Yin-Zhe in strength. Even Huang Quan could not do it, but a mere early-stage Saint King human had done it. Although he had the advantage in weapons, Old Monster Yin-Zhe also had the advantage in star source energy. On this point, the two of them were even. Shocked. The most shocked person was undoubtedly Old Monster Yin-Zhe. The moment they exchanged blows, he knew who was strong and who was weak. He had never expected a mere human to be so strong. His speed was faster than him, but his strength was on par with his, which shocked him. He had never thought that a mere human could be on par with him in terms of strength. Moreover, the other spectating cultivators might not know, but he knew very well, Lin Feng's physical defense was also extremely strong. Every time their strength collided, Lin Feng's body stiffness was quite short, even shorter than his. This could not be deceived. This was not directly related to the size of the body. Instead, it was related to the body's toughness, flexibility, strength, and so on. Damn it! Old Monster Yin-Zhe gritted his teeth, a cold light in his eyes. However, what Old Monster Yin-Zhe and the Underworld Emperor did not know was Lin Feng was just testing the waters. Not to mention speed, even strength was only maintained at a fixed standard and was far from the limit. For an expert of Old Monster Yin-Zhe's level, there was only one word to describe it: difficult. He hadn't used his full strength, but wasn't he the same? From the beginning until now, Old Monster Yin-Zhe's strength had been slowly increasing. This included his heaven-grade treasures, which were slowly showing their brilliance at this moment. As for him, he was still waiting for an opportunity. Luring the snake out of its hole, Lin Feng shivered inwardly. He had already planned everything out. It was better to be careful. After all, his strength was not strong enough to take Old Monster Yin-Zhe's life at any time. Moreover, he wasn't in charge of this place right now. He was still restricted by the Yellow Springs and fearful of the Shaman Emperor. No matter what, he had to leave some strength to protect himself so as to avoid encountering unforeseen events and mishaps. Perhaps, his strength was indeed on par with Old Monster Yin-Zhe. But compared to him, he had three major advantages. Firstly, he knew his strength, but he didn't know about him. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Long before the battle, the Yellow Springs had already told him all of Old Monster Yin-Zhe's strengths and weaknesses. If he didn't have absolute confidence, why would he confront Old Monster Yin-Zhe head-on? It was just to make him careless. Secondly, he underestimated his enemy too much. Due to inertia, he thought that he was a human and that his strength was only at the beginner level of the Saint King realm. Here, he had already made the most fatal mistake. Underestimating the enemy had always been a taboo on the battlefield. Thirdly, and the most important, that was, Old Monster Yin-Zhe's determination was not as strong as his. For Ziyao, he was willing to do anything. Mystery, Sparrow kill. Lin Feng's gaze was deep as he shouted in a deep voice. An astonishing killing intent spread out and crazily turned into power, instilling it into the Doomsday Spear. Along with the shroud of killing intent, the Doomsday Spear seemed to have awakened in an instant. The inscriptions on the spear completely lit up, and an astonishing clanging sound roared out. Its momentum instantly increased. What? Manlu and the Underworld Emperor's expressions changed instantly. Lin Feng's strength was beyond their expectations. Old monster Yin was the first to bear the brunt. Facing Lin Feng's sudden increase in strength, this was the first time he encountered a setback. The heaven-splitting axe slashed down, but this time, the Doomsday Spear that was instilled with rich slaughter Dao shone with a blue light, directly breaking the heaven-splitting axe and going straight for old monster Yin's heart. Roar! With a furious roar, a craggy shield appeared in an instant. Old monster Yin's reaction was extremely fast. The third seat of the underworld was not an undeserved reputation. Purring! The slaughter Dao rose, and the Doomsday Spear's blue light pierced. The realm of the spear seemed to be changing, adding a bit of mystery to the Doomsday Spear. Although there was not enough time to grasp the true power of the Doomsday Spear, its basic ability still existed. The Doomsday Spear had a great effect on the slaughter Dao. The combination of all aspects, driven by the slaughter Dao and the mystery sparrow kill, could maximize the power of the Doomsday Spear. Now, its power was beginning to show. Chi! 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 The spear was like a swimming dragon, and Lin Feng's footsteps were unpredictable. However, old monster Yin's defense was extremely strong, and the craggy shield in his hand was a rare defensive treasure. Although it was difficult to block again and again, he was not injured. But defense was bound to fail. No matter how strong the shield was, it had a weak point. As for the spear, all the attacks were concentrated on one point, especially Lin Feng's constantly changing positions. Although the positions were different, the defense of the shield was the same. Dripping water could penetrate stone. Moreover, the Doomsday Spear's sharpness was extremely shocking. Chi! Chi! It pierced from the center, and golden starlight flickered. Old monster Yin's expression changed. No! With an anxious roar, old monster Yin hurriedly used his hand to block. His thick left arm was directly pierced by the Doomsday Spear, but the armor in front of his chest emitted an orange light. Although it was pierced by the Doomsday Spear's sharpness, it was difficult to penetrate the star armor and injure old monster Yin's body. Even so, the injury to his left arm was unavoidable. Bang! Lin Feng's chi energy rumbled. However, old monster Yin seemed to have been prepared. With a fierce roar, an explosion instantly sounded. Boom! The huge impact caused the two to immediately separate. The surroundings were silent. Everyone's attention was attracted by this evenly matched battle. Such a battle was rare in the world. The confrontation between the two experts had shocked them too much. In particular, Lin Feng's strength had far exceeded their expectations. He was shockingly strong. Boom! He landed heavily, accompanied by a roar toward the sky. All the warriors were shocked. The outcome of the first round of confrontation had already been decided. Lin Feng was unscathed with the spear in his hand, but old monster Yin's left arm was dripping with blood. His expression was ferocious, and he was in an extremely sorry state. He had suffered heavy injuries. It can't be? This human is so strong. What an intense battle. What a terrifying human. The way they looked at Lin Feng had already changed. Strength won respect. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Of course, he never cared about what the people around him said. It was enough for him to know many things. On the other side, Manlu frowned deeply, somewhat hesitant and uneasy. After all, he had personally planned this. He wanted to get close to old monster Yin. Who would have thought that someone would come out of the blue and ruin his entire plan? Looking at Lin Feng's uncertain face and his confidence as if victory was in his hands, Manlu felt an inexplicable fear in his heart. Could it be that this human could really win? This question existed in the hearts of all the warriors. Lin Feng's strength had deeply shocked them, including the Emperor of the Underworld. But compared to the other warriors, the Emperor of the Underworld trusted old monster Yin Zhe's strength more. This should be the full strength of this human. The Emperor of the Underworld's eyes brightened. If so, he is dead for sure. Old monster Yin Zhe still had a trump card that he had not used. In the Emperor of the Underworld's opinion, Yin Zhe had only used 60% of his strength. But he did not know Lin Feng's strength. He even used 50% of his strength. It's been 30 seconds, Lin Feng said indifferently. I wonder who said that my blood would splatter on the spot in 30 seconds? His voice was flat but extremely sarcastic. When it fell into old monster Yin Zhe's ears, it was like a sharp arrow piercing into his heart. His eyes flashed with green light. Old monster Yin Zhe was so angry that his entire body trembled. The sky-splitting axe in his hand rumbled. Old monster Yin Zhe roared at the sky as if he had gone mad. Human! You will regret it! An extremely angry roar resounded through the sky. In an instant, crackling sounds rang out, and old monster Yin Zhe's figure suddenly changed. His huge body once again underwent a terrifying change. Like a balloon, his muscles were bulging to the extreme. Old monster Yin Zhe's eyes flashed with a deep and fierce light. His roar was dense with star source energy, and his body was almost hysterically changing. Crazy! His aura was constantly rising. His strength was constantly sublimating. Although he was far away from Lin Feng, old monster Yin Zhe still firmly protected his body during the transformation process. Sparkling light flashed around him, and there was a rapid defensive power, as if he was afraid that Lin Feng would come to disturb him and launch a sneak attack. He's transformed into his true body. This human is going to be in big trouble. I heard that after transforming, old monster Yin Zhe's strength can increase by more than 10 times. I wonder if it's true? He's still standing there. Isn't this human a little too stupid? This is a great opportunity for a sneak attack. When old monster Yin Zhe finishes transforming, he won't even know how he died. The voices were endless. However, Lin Feng was like an old monk in meditation, not moving at all. His gaze fell on old monster Yin Zhe in the distance. Looking at his shocking transformation, looking at his defense that was worried about his sneak attack, Lin Feng's eyes flashed. How could he not know the transformation of the Yin Zhe clan? However, he did it on purpose. There were strong points and weak points. Transformation did not only make the strong points stronger, it also made the weak points weaker. This was a double-edged sword. The key was how to use it. In fact, from the beginning to the end, his plan was for this. Using close combat to lure old monster Yin Zhe, using provocation to provoke him, and even humiliate him. Everything was for now. It's time to end it. Lin Feng's eyes were bright. Chapter 1425. Inside the lamppost box. That idiot, he's just standing there like a fool. Guiyun stomped her feet in anger. Something's not right, Daoist Tianji muttered to himself. Hades North stood with his hands behind his back, his golden eyes staring at the battle above the Nether King Palace. His eyes glowed with a faint battle intent. Master, were you also defeated by the Yin Swamp race's talent? Li Chan asked slowly, glancing at the horrifying old monster Yin Swamp in the distance. Then, he looked at Hades North. There were many strange things about him. Talent, Yin Swamp true body. Hades North's eyes shone. The Yin Swamp race evolved from the swamp flying dragon, then slowly gathered in the swamp, Hades North said slowly. Once old monster Yin Swamp completes his transformation, wings will grow on his back, and his arms will turn into sharp claws. This is the true terror of the Yin Swamp race. Not only does it increase their strength by at least 10 times, but more importantly, It makes up for the Een Swamp race's weakness, speed. Li Chan and the other two listened with bright eyes. What Hades North said couldn't be learned from books. After all, this was the Een Swamp race's secret, their true talent. Without a doubt, Old Monster Een Swamp's speed after transforming is definitely stronger than Lin Feng's. As for his strength, there's no need to talk about it. Coupled with the blue-class heaven-class treasure, the demon underworld lock, his attack power is immeasurable. That day, I was defeated by this move. King Yama of the North didn't hide anything. There was nothing that couldn't be told. For martial artists, defeat was a very common thing. There was always a higher mountain. If one couldn't even face defeat, then one's heart was limited, and one's strength wouldn't be that strong. Does such a powerful talent have no weakness? Li Chan frowned. Daoist Tianji and Guiyun nodded, looking curious. The longer it was, the shorter it would be. The heavens were fair, there was no reason to give the Yin-Zhe clan such a strong power for no reason. Yes. King Yama of the North replied in an indifferent voice. Golden light flashed as he continued. Back then, the reason why the swamp shell flying dragons became fewer and fewer in number was because of the fierce competition for territory, but it was also because the swamp shell flying dragons had a fatal weakness. Its defense is very weak. Bang! Bang! Its enormous wings flapped. There was also a familiar spatial energy fluctuation. The bumpy skin on his body had become much smoother, and countless scales had appeared all over it. The black and gray light sparkled, and it seemed like his defense had increased by a level. The biggest change was undoubtedly Old Monster Yin-Ze's appearance. If he looked a little like a human before, then he was no different from a beast now. It had a sharp mouth, a pair of cold and vicious eyes, and a tricolored face. It looked ferocious and terrifying. Een Swamp true body. It seems to have been completed. Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly, his heart as clear as day. How could he not know that just now was a good opportunity, but there were always disadvantages. If he broke through his defenses, Old Monster Yin-Ze would inevitably abandon his innate skill true body and use Yin-Ze's body to fight against him. He was not clear on anything else, but there was one thing he was very clear on, and that was that with his current attack power, defeating Old Monster Yin-Ze was easy, but to kill him, difficult. Considerably difficult. Old Monster Yin-Ze not only possessed a terrifying physical defense, he was not lacking in any sort of defensive star armor or astral treasure. Not to mention killing him, even breaking through his defenses was not an easy task. Perhaps if he used all his strength, Old Monster Yin-Ze would certainly find it hard to resist, but that was not his goal. Either he did not do it, or he would do it thoroughly, leaving no hidden dangers behind. After all, Old Monster Yin-Ze was ranked third in the Netherworld. Rather than deeply offending him and being remembered, it would be better to let's just kill him. Once and for all. Pitiful human, it's over. He actually watched on helplessly as Yin-Ze completed his true body transformation. Was he scared silly or too arrogant? He is young, after all. Everyone discussed heatedly. However, the scheming emperor of the underworld and Z Manlu's eyes nevertheless flashed with light, deep in thought. Pata! Pata! Flapping his wings, Old Monster Yin-Ze's eyes emitted a cold light, containing a sharp glint. Practically in an instant, Xiao! Old Monster Yin-Ze sped out. Spatial energy densely covered him, making him seem like an arrow released from a bow, his speed incomparably fast. His arms were much more robust, his muscles overflowing. Most frightening were undoubtedly those enormous claws, as if they could crush everything. The heaven-splitting axe was wielded in one hand, yet it was effortless, its green light glinting sinisterly. Human, die! Old Monster Yin-Ze wildly shouted. Sweeping away his previous dejection, the Old Monster Yin-Ze behind his true body transformation was high-spirited, arrogant beyond compare. The power of the giant axe that overflowed the heavens seemed to break the vault of heaven. A frightening baleful aura penetrated the barrier, enveloping the entire netherworld king palace, its killing intent completely exposed. Just from its imposing manner, old monster Enze was already completely different. His enormous body had perfect lines, combining power and speed incomparably perfectly. Lin de Go. Ziyao covered her small mouth, her eyes flashing with panic. With her early stage Saint King strength, she could naturally see how terrifying old monster Enze's strength was. As for Lin Feng, he was like a bird startled by the twang of a bow, his expression froze. Mystery, sparrow kill, Lin Feng shouted. Facing old monster Enze's aggressive offensive, he maintained his original speed and slowly retreated. The doomsday spear in his hand hummed, as if it was a little sluggish. Its blue light was actually suppressed by the green light of the heaven-splitting axe, but its battle intent and aura were too inferior now. Amidst the uproar of the crowd, Lin Feng quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. Clang! 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 Lin Feng was completely suppressed. As he fought and retreated, he was absolutely at a disadvantage in terms of strength and speed. Stupid, you deserved it for not attacking when you had such a good opportunity just now. Guo Yun snorted. Taoist heavenly secret pondered. Although his strength has increased a lot compared to when he fought with Manting, it's a bit too much to challenge old monster Enze in such a short time. Li Chan shook his head gently and looked at Lin Feng in the distance. Although he said that, there was a hint of fear and envy in his eyes. Even though Lin Feng was restrained by old monster Enze, his strength was still quite strong. One had to know that old monster Enze was ranked third in the underworld. He was even stronger than Hades North. It was already quite good that Lin Feng could fight with him for so long. Is that so? Hades North said softly. His golden eyes were extremely bright, as if he could see through everything. It had the same brilliance as Huang Quan's eyes not far away. Fight. Lin Feng seemed to be using all his strength to grit his teeth. However, the difference in strength between them was obvious at this moment. Previously, Lin Feng could still rely on his speed advantage, balance of strength, and physical strength to fight evenly with old monster Enze. He even had the upper hand. But now, he was completely defeated. After transforming, old monster Enze's strength was terrifying. His strengths were even stronger, and his weaknesses were also increased. Pung! A huge axe directly broke through the defense of the Doomsday Spear. Lin Feng's chest felt as if it had been struck by lightning. He instantly spat out blood and flew backward in a miserable state. His aura was weak, and his previous high spirits were like a river flowing east, no longer existing. After being injured consecutively, he was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered in midair. Ha ha! Old monster Enze laughed maniacally and chased after him without restraint. Killing intent was completely revealed in his eyes. Die, human! No! Ziyao's beautiful face was filled with tears as her body trembled violently. Her heart was completely twisted together, and she was in incomparable pain. She felt as if she was about to suffocate. Hades North and the others frowned, not even daring to breathe loudly. The Emperor of the Underworld also revealed a faint smile, but he was not surprised by this result. Only Zi Manlu's eyes still had a faint glimmer of light. As for Huang Quan, his expression did not change at all from the beginning to the end. It was as if this battle had nothing to do with him at all. Kill him, Enze! Go, chop him into pieces. A mere human dares to come to the underworld and be so presumptuous. You are simply courting death. Thunder rumbled. Old monster Enze's arrogance was even more obvious, and he was unrestrained. As far as he was concerned, Lin Feng didn't have the ability to fight back at all. He could only watch how Lin Feng killed to his heart's content and let Ziyao see who was truly the strongest amongst the strong. The green light of the sky-splitting axe flashed dazzlingly, as crazy and wanton as its owner. However, the results were often unexpected. Just as old monster Enze gathered all his strength into this axe, and all the astral origin power and constellation Tao fused into it, as if it was breaking through the sky, no one expected that Lin Feng, who was vomiting blood and seriously injured, would suddenly disappear in an instant. In an instant, he appeared behind old monster Enze. Fast. Extremely fast. What? The Emperor of the Underworld widened his eyes in shock. Others might not be able to see it clearly, but he saw it clearly. Lin Feng, who was seriously injured before, turned around like a swimming dragon the moment old monster Enze swung his axe. He went straight for old monster Enze's back without any injury. His speed was extremely terrifying. Extreme speed, Hades North murmured, his eyes full of disbelief. Even Li Chan and the other two behind him were stunned for a moment, as if they had been petrified. Ziyao's watery eyes were wide open, and she was completely shocked. Huang Quan, who would not change his expression even if the sky fell, also showed a look of surprise for the first time. Extreme speed. You are the one who will die. Lin Feng's voice was faint. The doomsday spear shook slightly, and like the appearance of a white cloud, it was ethereal and light. The fragmented white mist dispersed and gradually gathered to form a cloud. The doomsday spear's clanging sound resonated clearly. The fusion of the arcane sparrow slash was like a ladder to heaven, gathering the star source energy, the constellation Tao, the power, the force, the qi, transformed into a clean and neat spear, transforming into a cloud that appeared faintly. He had been waiting for this spear for a long time. Qi. The doomsday spear pierced out like a dragon. Facing old monster Enze, whose defense was almost zero, it showed no mercy. Power, 100%. The clouds and fog dispersed and dawn broke. Clouds rise. Lin Feng's eyes were deep as he shouted indifferently. Chapter 1426. No! Old monster Enze's face was completely pale. He screamed hysterically, but he couldn't make a sound. His voice seemed to be stuck in his throat. He had used all his strength on this axe. He couldn't hold back at all. Even if he wanted to change his move, it was impossible. Lin Feng's counterattack was completely out of his expectation. The speed of Lin Feng's counterattack was far beyond his expectation. This horrifying spear attack made his hair stand on end, and a chill ran down his spine. He only had a layer of star armor to defend himself. Could he block it? Qi. The doomsday spear pierced through the star armor as easily as tofu. The answer was simple and direct. Old monster Enze had lost because he had underestimated his opponent. Bang! It pierced through his heart. The stellar source energy exploded violently. Old monster Enze's huge body exploded like a balloon. Blood splattered everywhere and his flesh was mangled. His shrill voice shocked the entire Netherworld King Palace. Everyone was shocked by this scene. The Emperor of the Netherworld's eyes flashed coldly. His killing intent surged as he sped forward. But, Nether's figure landed in front of the Emperor of the Netherworld. He blocked the Emperor of the Netherworld's path. What is the Emperor of the Netherworld trying to do? Nether's eyes flashed as he spoke calmly. Get out of my way, the Emperor of the Netherworld said in a low voice. Black stellar source energy spread out, bringing with it a horrifying feeling and a strong sense of threat. However, Nether didn't move. He just stood there quietly, as if he wasn't afraid of the Emperor of the Netherworld at all. Although he wasn't as strong as the Emperor of the Netherworld, he had calculated everything clearly in front of everyone. The Emperor of the Netherworld wouldn't dare to make a move. In this short period of time, bang, bang, bang. A series of loud noises drowned out old monster Enze's last words. The energy exploded wildly. Lin Feng wouldn't be merciful anymore. After severely injuring old monster Zhe, he slaughtered him in a few seconds. His methods were clean and neat, like a butcher dismembering an ox. The terrifying energy shrouded and slaughtered old monster Zhe completely. Not a single bit was left. His soul was scattered. But Lin Feng's eyes shone as he absorbed all the light in front of him. What a bountiful harvest! They were both old monster Zhe's heaven-ranked treasures. Although there were only 2 of them, it was enough because one of them was a rather rare blue treasure, which was a heaven-ranked treasure on the same level as his doomsday spear. Ran Dong's aura and senses were unprecedentedly strong. Blue-class heaven-ranked treasure, Dark Demon Lock. Lin Feng's eyes flickered. This is what Huang Quan said, old monster Zhe's greatest reliance, the only blue-class heaven-ranked treasure that can enter the Dou Ling sovereign ranking. Unfortunately, he underestimated his opponent. His heart was sparkling. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he felt the stench of blood around him. Then, he slowly calmed down. In fact, this was an unfair battle. Old monster Zhe knew everything about himself, including his strengths, weaknesses, and even his innate talent, Zhe true body, as well as his most powerful treasure, Demon Underworld Lock. With his own spear technique, which had yet to break through the barrier of the Starry Sky powerhouses, it was absolutely impossible for him to kill old monster Zhe in his original form. As for his Zhe true body, his speed, strength, and everything seemed perfect, and his improvement was huge. However, his defense was less than 1/5 of his original strength. This was a rather fatal link. Originally, when old monster Zhe used his innate talent and the Demon Underworld Lock, it would not be so easy for him to break through his defense. However, he was too arrogant and thought that he would not be able to withstand a single blow, so he did not even use his most powerful treasure. Underestimating the enemy was a taboo on the battlefield, but old monster Zhe had made such a mistake. You brought this upon yourself. Lin Feng's eyes were cold, without the slightest bit of sympathy. In the end, he had underestimated him too much. Or it should be said that he had underestimated humans too much. Heavens! How could this be? Am I seeing things? Old monster Zhe died just like that? He actually died at the hands of a human. This is ridiculous. The surrounding powerhouses were all shocked. After they came to their senses, it instantly caused an uproar. They were shocked and in disbelief. Saint-level powerhouses and Sage King-level powerhouses looked at the scene in front of them and felt that their minds had been turned upside down. Humans had always been known for being weak. They had a large number of people but were just a bunch of ants. When did they become so strong? Unimaginable. The result was completely unexpected. Huang Quan. The Emperor of the Dead's eyes burned with anger. Old monster Zhe was the right-hand man he had spent all his effort to cultivate to keep Huang Quan in check. Who would have thought that he would be so cleanly finished off by Huang Quan's subordinate today? What he lost was not only his face, but also his secret battle with Huang Quan. He had lost a lot. Extremely hateful. He's already dead. Emperor of the Dead, you don't have to care too much. Huang Quan's lips curled up slightly, his expression calm. Good, very good. The Emperor of the Dead gritted his teeth, his killing intent surging. Their eyes met. The conflict between the two most powerful powerhouses of the underworld intensified. The Emperor of the Dead looked at Lin Feng not far away, revealing a strong killing intent that he did not hide. However, Huang Quan was still calm and did not care at all. In fact, to him, Lin Feng's life and death had nothing to do with him. They were just using each other. That was all. We won. Guo Gu was stunned. Yes. Spiritual Master Tianji nodded. He can actually reach the limit of speed. Li Chan's eyes were full of shock. He's brave and smart. This kid is unfathomable. He's indeed extraordinary to be able to reach the 9,000th step of the heavenly path. King Yama North's white hair fluttered in the wind. He was full of praise and satisfaction. Thinking of the Emperor of the Dead's evaluation and the battle just now, King Yama North showed a gratified smile. He had a successor. Xiao covered her mouth in disbelief. Her eyes were full of tears. However, it was completely different from before. She wasn't sad, but happy and joyful. She felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. She felt as if she had broken through all the obstacles in her life. There was no longer any distance between her and Lin Feng. Tears of joy. Lin Feng turned his head and looked at Xiao with a smile. Their eyes met. There was only each other left in their eyes. The feeling of happiness was so rich and sweet. No matter how many people were watching, it did not matter. In Lin Feng's eyes, there was only this woman in a purple dress and the beautiful face that he yearned for day and night. There was nothing that could stop him and Xiao anymore. The current him could use his strength to control his own fate. He was no longer restrained by others. This was strength. If he did not have the strength to defeat old monster Inze today, then everything would be empty words. Everything would turn into bubbles. Day and night of bitter cultivation, tempering himself between life and death time and time again, he had tempered himself into the person he was today. He would not repeat the mistakes of 10 years ago. Now, he had enough strength to protect the people around him. He would not let Xiao leave again. His figure flashed. Lin Feng came in front of Xiao. Their eyes met. Lin de Gu, Xiao opened her mouth as if she wanted to explain something, but she was instantly interrupted by a hug. The thick arms and chest gave her warmth and happiness. That familiar smell, that breath that she would never forget, entered her heart. Xiao closed her eyes and hugged him tightly. She was incomparably happy. She would never let go again. There was no need to say anything more, because she knew that Lin de Gu would definitely understand. A simple hug expressed her longing and the pain of love. The surrounding experts watched this pair of lovers finally get married and felt a sense of warmth in their hearts. However, they only thought in their hearts and did not say anything more. After all, this was the Nether King Palace, the underworld. Most importantly, the anger of the Emperor of the Underworld was visible to everyone. Old monster Inze's death was like cutting off an arm. Surging killing intent surged out. All of his anger was directed at Lin Feng. To the Emperor of the Underworld, Lin Feng was undoubtedly the instigator. He was far more hateful than the Nether King. Moreover, if the Nether King could move, he would have done so long ago. But this Lin Yun, who came out of nowhere, was different. Did he need a reason to kill? The human Lin Yun. The Emperor of the Underworld's gaze deepened. His heart was already burning. Lin Feng naturally felt the Emperor of the Underworld's killing intent. But so what? He had already expected this result. But now, no matter how angry the Emperor of the Underworld was and how much he hated him, he would definitely not do it in public. After all, he was the one who said that he would fight to the death. He could not slap himself now. But what would happen next was another matter. It would not be too late to think about what would happen next. Lin Feng was immersed. At this moment, he did not want to think about what would happen in the future. He only wanted this moment to stop forever. He felt as if he had returned to the time in the kingdom of Maru. Everything had gone in circles and returned to the starting point. Feeling the warmth of the beauty in his arms and the fragrance that assailed his nostrils, his heart was incomparably warm. For Xiao, he was willing to pay any price, let alone infuriate the Emperor of the Underworld. Even if he turned the entire underworld upside down, he would not frown. The King of Hell North and Li Chan had already analyzed the current situation. It could be said that this was the best outcome. At the very least, the Nether King would temporarily stand on his side. Lin de Gu, Xiao said softly. Her breath was like an orchid's. She had always been intelligent. Now that she had calmed down, she could sense the danger approaching. The storm was not over. Don't worry. I'm here. Lin Feng gently stroked her elegant hair. A faint fragrance wafted to his nose. It was as if he had forgotten everything. Back then, when he married Zi Yao in the kingdom of Meru, he swore to take care of her for the rest of his life. It was the same now. That was his promise. Let's go. We can't stay here for long. Let's go back first, Lin Feng said softly in Zi Yao's ear. Okay, Zi Yao replied obediently. In an instant the two of them left. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they ignored the emperor of the underworld and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Seeing Lin Feng leave, the king of Hell North also turned around and left with Li Chan and the other two, who were still somewhat shocked. The people of the underworld were left behind. They were greatly shocked and did not know what to do at this moment. Big news. Old monster Yin Zhe had died. Chapter 1427. Lin Yun's name caused a sensation in the sorcerer realm. Not only did the 3 imperial cities of Tianling know about it, but even the sorcerer tribe experts in the ancestral Magi Palace knew about it. After all, killing old monster Yin Zhe, who was ranked 3rd in the underworld and was even stronger than an ordinary sorcerer king, was definitely big news. Especially when the person who killed him was just a human. In the sorcerer realm, humans were basically the same as trash. Not only did the sorcerer tribe and the ancient tribe look down on humans, the 8,000 neutral tribes also treated humans as nothing. This point could be seen from the harshness of human identity in the sorcerer realm. But this time, humans really showed off their might. The name of old monster Yin Zhe, the 3rd of the 4 great leaders of the underworld, was too famous. You didn't see that duel with your own eyes. It was really exciting. Rumor has it that the human Lin Yun has already reached the limit of speed. Even when old monster Yin Zhe used all his strength and changed into his true form, he still lost miserably. A beginner Saint King has the ability to defeat a peak Saint King. He's simply a monster. Not only did Huang Quan gain face this time, he also took in a capable general. You didn't see how green the emperor of the underworld's face was. Don't mention how much hatred he had. This time, the underworld will be in chaos. 2 words, crazy. News of this battle spread everywhere, especially in the 3 imperial cities of the Heavenly Spirit Empire. News of this battle spread like locusts. Various versions of this battle could be heard in the streets, alleys, restaurants, and teahouses. Lin Yun's name resounded like thunder. The human warriors, who were originally lowly, were even more excited and in high spirits. Not only did they wantonly announce Lin Yun's powerful strength, but they also described him as a god. They even walked on the streets with their heads held high and their chests puffed out, full of confidence. They were proud of him. However, Lin Feng had no idea at all. Since returning from the underworld, he had hidden in the imperial garden with Zi Yao. They had too much to say to each other after a long separation. They had too many deep feelings to indulge in. For a full 3 days and 3 nights, the two of them were immersed in their own world, immersed in deep happiness. It was as if they were living in seclusion, not caring about the world. Imperial Garden. Truly the envy of others. Jin Ji's eyes were bright as he muttered. Linda Gu and Big Sister Xiao are a match made in heaven. Shi Jixin's eyes were filled with starlight, and there was a hint of envy in her eyes. However, she was mostly happy for Lin Feng. She looked at Qian Lian Huang and smiled sweetly. Right, Big Sister Qian? Yes. Qian Lian Huang replied softly as her beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of gloominess. Soon after, she smiled and said, "They are really compatible. No matter how compatible they are, don't make things difficult for us. This couple is too affectionate." Jin Ji mumbled, shrugged, and sighed helplessly. The king of Hades of the North has sent people to inform him several times, so the North Fruit Keeper simply waited here, as if he was watching a criminal. It's so uncomfortable. Sure, Jishin snorted softly and turned her head away. I'm afraid someone is secretly rejoicing right now. What? Jinji was a little confused and didn't understand. All right. Qianlian Huang smiled faintly, interrupting the slight jealousy between the two. Her beautiful eyes lit up. Actually, it's no wonder the king of Hades of the North is so anxious. I'm afraid the emperor of the underworld has already made his move. Lin Feng has gone too far this time, which is equivalent to slapping the emperor of the underworld in public. With the emperor of the underworld's personality, he definitely won't be able to take this lying down. Isn't there Huang Quan? Jinji asked softly. After crossing the sea, one is an immortal. Huang Quan and Lin Feng have a relationship of using each other. Once Lin Feng loses his value, why would Huang Quan care about Lin Feng's life or death? Qianlian Huang said softly. I'm afraid he can't wait for the emperor of the underworld to find trouble with Lin Feng. If the emperor of the underworld makes a move on Lin Feng, it's no different from provoking the king of Hades of the North and provoking Yen, Imperial City. If the situation worsens, Huang Quan will sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. It's even better. Qianlian Huang's beautiful eyes lit up as she said slowly. Suddenly, clap, clap. A clear clapping sound rang out. Qianlian Huang and the other two were all shocked. A black silhouette slowly appeared without any sound. His speed was extremely fast. His casual smile matched with the slight happiness between his eyebrows. It was Lin Feng. Smiling, Lin Feng looked at Qianlian Huang and praised, "You're indeed Lian Huang. Although you're not here personally, your analysis of the situation is clear and logical." Qianlian Huang's words entered his ears and made him ponder deeply. What she said was absolutely right. Right now, his situation was indeed worrying. He had shown his might in the king of the underworld palace and killed old monster Yin-Zhe. Although it was awe-inspiring, the price and repercussions were severe. There were gains and losses. However, to him, what he had lost and what he was about to face were insignificant compared to Zi Yao. But right now, he had to solve it. Qianlian Huang smiled faintly and looked at Lin Feng. She glanced behind her but didn't see the purple figure. Her beautiful eyes flashed. "He's here." Jinji chuckled. "We thought you were in a drunken stupor and couldn't extricate yourself." Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. "Of course not. I still have a lot of things to do." His eyes were focused and his heart was resolute. Although he was very happy to find Zi Yao, he had never forgotten his responsibility and the burden on his shoulders. Not to mention, times have changed. If you don't move forward, you'll fall behind. It wasn't inevitable that he could stand here today. If he enjoyed it peacefully, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't repeat the same mistake in the future and lose Zi Yao. People must be prepared for danger in times of peace. They must understand what the road ahead of them was and walk down it resolutely, no matter how difficult it was. "Linda Gu, where's Sister Zi Yao?" Shi Jixin looked around and asked curiously. "She's asleep." Lin Feng smiled. These days, Zi Yao was really tired. Especially this time. After a few rounds, she almost killed herself to protect her innocence. To Zi Yao, it was like walking through the gates of hell. Not only was her body tired, but her heart was also tired to the extreme. It was just that she was too happy and excited to reunite with him, so she threw everything aside. "She's really good," Qianlian Huang praised with a trace of undetectable envy in her voice. "You guys are also good." Lin Feng smiled. "Without your help, this time wouldn't have gone so smoothly." Looking at Qianlian Huang, Lin Feng smiled and nodded. When he returned from the Purple Moon Clan, it was Qianlian Huang who gave him advice and advice. That was why the scene after that happened. Her contribution wasn't small. "Hey, we're brothers. Why are you talking about this?" Jean Ji laughed heartily. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and said, "Oh right, Brother Lin, King Yama Bei sent people to look for you several times. Bei Guisho has been waiting for you in the hall for a day and a night." "Is that so?" Lin Feng said softly. "Yes, Lin de Go. I heard that the Emperor of the Dead is flustered and exasperated. He wants your life." Shi Jixin pouted and said angrily, "I got it." Lin Feng's eyes flashed. Looking at the three of them, he smiled faintly. "Don't worry. I'll deal with it myself." "Do you need help?" Qian Lian Huang asked. "If it's necessary." Lin Feng nodded lightly. Then, he stepped out of the door and disappeared quickly. King Yama Bei Palace. Humph. Guiyun wrinkled her nose and followed Lin Feng into the palace. Even though she had waited for a day and a night and was complaining about Lin Feng, she did not say anything. She looked at Lin Feng with her elf-like eyes, filled with fear and respect. The strong were respected. Lin Feng's strength made her feel the gap between them. She had seen the battle that day with her own eyes. "Thank you." Lin Feng looked at Guiyun with a smile and nodded. The latter's expression changed slightly. She pouted and then left. Looking at the fluttering wings, Lin Feng's heart was calm. He could feel the change in Guiyun's attitude towards him, but it was normal. Perhaps she had always been at odds with him and spoke coldly to him, but that was just her way of showing her sincere feelings for the Northern Dragon Guard's Zenith Dragon Peak. He knew how the Northern Dragon Guard treated her when he was alive. And he would take care of this sister on behalf of the Northern Dragon Guard. Moreover, they were both city guards under the King of Hell of the Northern Dragon Guard. They would see each other often. There was no need to make their relationship too tense. "Ha!" A carefree laughter rang out and entered Lin Feng's ears. He looked to the front and smiled faintly. Li Chan had been waiting for him for a long time. However, he was alone. The King of Hell of the Northern Dragon was nowhere to be seen. Walking forward, Lin Feng's expression was calm and natural as he pondered in his heart. "Brother Lin, it's fine if you don't speak, but when you do, you amaze the world." "I was blind," Li Chan said. His wise eyes stared at Lin Feng. In the Do Ling world, strength determined one's status. If one wanted to be respected and acknowledged by others, one must first have enough strength. Everything about a race was fake. Only strength was real. Lin Feng could hear the compliment in Li Chan's words. He changed the way he addressed himself and smiled. "Brother Li, you are too polite." "Truth." Li Chan's eyes shone. "You killed old monster Yin Zhe and possessed extreme speed. Brother Lin's name has spread far and wide. Who doesn't know of you?" "It's just that." Li Chan paused and said slowly, "The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. If a pile is out of the shore, it will be swept away by the current. If one is stronger than others, they will be wrong." Lin Feng's eyes were burning. "You and I are in the same boat. Brother Li, you can speak frankly." Li Chan nodded and said seriously, "To be honest, Brother Lin, the Emperor of the Underworld is furious because of this. I'm afraid there will be an end to this." "I understand." Lin Feng smiled faintly. His eyes flashed. He looked around and said, "Where is the King of Hell of the Northern Dragon?" "Master went to see the Emperor of the Underworld because of this." Li Chan's expression was calm as he said slowly, "It is said that the Emperor of the Underworld has left the Underworld and entered the Yen Imperial City for Brother Lin. He is full of hatred. To Brother Lin, they are like fire and water. I'm afraid." "It's okay." Lin Feng smiled faintly, as if he had the pearl of wisdom in his hand. His calm expression seemed to be full of confidence. Li Chan's eyes flashed. Could it be that Brother Lin already has a solution? "Whoever started the trouble should end it," Lin Feng said, a bright light flashing in his eyes. Chapter 1428. Li Chan's expression changed slightly. His gaze changed as he looked at Lin Feng. Just as he was about to speak, an aura suddenly descended from the distance. It was huge, vast, and shocking. Swoosh! His golden eyes flickered like the stars in the sky. It was the King of Hades North. Master! Li Chan turned around and bowed respectfully. King of Hades North. Lin Feng cupped his hands and looked calm. Whoosh! The King of Hades North flashed. In an instant, he arrived behind the two of them and sat down on a golden dragon throne that symbolized power and status. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled as he looked at King Yama of the North. Seeing his serious expression, he knew that this wasn't good news. However, he had already planned for the worst and was prepared for the worst. At most, he would bring Ziyao back to the kingdom of Meru temporarily. What did it matter? No matter how strong the Emperor of the Dead was in the netherworld and how powerful he was in heaven's spirit, it wouldn't be easy for him to find him. As for taking out his anger on the South region, it was even more impossible. As a neutral power alliance, heaven's spirit would definitely not attack the shamans and demons. Lin Feng's gaze landed on the King of Hell of the North, and he stared right into his golden eyes. Lin Feng's expression was calm and composed. On the other hand, Li Chan looked serious and frowned. The atmosphere was suffocating. After a while, "I just followed the Emperor of the Dead and met him," the King of Hades North said. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Indeed, as Li Chan said, the Emperor of the Dead came to Yen Imperial City. How did it go? Li Chan asked. The King of Hades North shook his head and said, "The Emperor of the Dead isn't willing to give up. He wants us to hand over Lin Feng." Li Chan was surprised. He should be looking for Lin Yun. There's no reason for him to take Lin Feng's place. Li Chan's plan was to use Lin Feng's doppelganger to replace the Crown Prince. At that time, he would have an excuse. Who would have thought that the Emperor of the Dead would be so stubborn? The King of Hades of the North muttered. He never mentioned Lin Yun. He only recognized Lin Feng. Li Chan said doubtfully, "Lin Feng has an independent clone. No matter how strong the Emperor of the Dead is, there is no way he can see through it." There was complete silence. Hades North and Li Chan looked serious. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he thought to himself. It was as if Thousand Love Emperor had predicted it. Other things aside, although the fact that he had an independent clone was not a big secret, there were not many people who knew about it. Especially since only 3 days had passed. Even if the Emperor of the Dead's probing abilities were exceedingly high, there was no reason for him to verify it so quickly. The reason behind this? It was on the verge of coming out. Huang Quan. Lin Feng and Li Chan opened their mouths at the same time. Their eyes met and flashed. It was not difficult to guess, and there was no need to guess. The probability was more than 80%. Lin Feng shuddered. Li Chan clenched his fists, his eyes cold. As expected, he is vicious and merciless. Once he is done with the monks, he doesn't want them anymore. Once they are no longer useful, he will kill them to get the last bit of benefit. Killing with a borrowed knife, sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. From Huang Quan's standpoint, this was understandable. It should even be said that it was quite correct. But did the Emperor of the Dead not know? Was he so stupid to be used by Huang Quan? What was the trick behind all this? Lin Feng's eyes sparkled as he looked at the King of Hades of the North, waiting for his answer. There is no evidence. The King of Hades of the North said in a low voice. Furthermore, even if he knows that Huang Quan is the one who put him on the stage, the Emperor of the Dead can do nothing. If Huang Quan is the one who spread the news, then if the Emperor of the Dead does not take action, Huang Quan will definitely make another move, cut off all means of retreat. The King of Hades of the North's voice was cold. Right. That woke him up from his dream. Lin Feng instantly understood, his heart trembling. Indeed, he had thought too simply of human nature, and too benevolent of Huang Quan. Since Huang Quan could turn against him in an instant, he could also push him to his death. If the Emperor of the Dead did not take any action, Huang Quan could announce his identity to the world. At that time, the hidden battle between him and the Emperor of the Dead would become an open battle. For the Emperor of the Dead, there was no way out. Cold sweat dripped down. Lin Feng's mind was clear. This was a game. With his cultivation, there was still a big gap between him and these old foxes. They would do anything to achieve their goals. Huang Quan was like that, and so was the Emperor of the Dead. Even the King of Hades of the North and the King of Hades of the North were like that. How could anyone who could occupy a high position in the huge neutral alliance of Tian Ling be an ordinary person? Although this game was probably more complicated than he had imagined, one thing would not change. He was in the game. Moreover, he was a very important chess piece. Lin Feng looked at the King of Hades of the North and said, "I want to see the Emperor of the Dead." The calm voice broke the silence. Both Li Chan and the King of Hades of the North were stunned. "Brother Lin, you are taking too much of a risk." Li Chan frowned. "Nothing ventured, nothing gained," Lin Feng replied. He already had a plan in mind. Whoever started the trouble should end it. After all, this was his own business. No matter what, he had to meet the Emperor of the Dead first. After that, he would make a decision. Yen Imperial City, Yen Imperial Hall. This was the most secretive and central part of Yen Imperial City. It was like the heart of the array. Those who could enter this place were at least as strong as the King of Hades of the North. Ordinary martial artists, even peak sage kings, were not qualified to enter. This was because this was where the real power of Yen Imperial City resided, Yen Imperial Hall. However, the hall was not luxurious. The entire hall was made up of simple stone pillars. It was very old and could even be considered ancient. On the top of the stone pillar, there were many scratches, imprints, and even engravings. It was clear that it had been there for a long time, showing its age. Yen Imperial Hall. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Looking around, he felt an inexplicable sense of tranquility. It was a familiar feeling. He closed his eyes. The doomsday spear seemed to vibrate in his heart. The feeling of compatibility was very strong. There was nothing around him. Even the King of Hades of the North did not enter. He only asked him to wait here patiently. One person, one spear, one hall. Lin Feng was calm. He did not waver. Not to mention that the King of Hades of the North would not harm him. Just this Yen Imperial Hall alone was mysterious. Moreover, even if the Emperor of the Dead was stronger than him, it would not be so easy for him to kill him. Other things aside, just the protection of the Shield of Truth was enough to give him confidence. Moreover, the strength of his doppelganger had not reached its limit yet. Furthermore, faintly, he seemed to sense a different kind of aura enveloping the hall. It was both real and illusory, drifting indeterminately. As he pondered, he slowly released his aura. He wanted to confirm further. Suddenly, Lin Feng opened his eyes and looked ahead. The aura of the unruly Pang Ran suddenly descended. He walked slowly from the front of the hall, bringing with him a terrifying murderous aura. He was like a demon. Terrifying murderous aura filled the surroundings. Instantly, the entire Yen Imperial Hall became a hell of azura. The black stellar origin power exuded a terrifying energy. He was here. Human Lin Feng. The voice of gnashing teeth sounded like it came from the Avicii hell. He wore black armor and a skull crown. His black and terrifying eyes were filled with a terrifying chill. Before he arrived, his aura was already overwhelming. His crazy murderous aura seemed to want to devour everything. The Emperor of the Dead had descended. "Greetings, Senior." Lin Feng cupped his hands and bowed. Regardless of age or strength, he was undoubtedly a junior. Moreover, he had no enmity with the Emperor of the Dead. One does not hit a smiling face. The Emperor of the Dead stopped in his tracks. His terrifying aura still enveloped him, but it was as if time had stopped. His black eyes looked through the skull crown and he laughed coldly. You are not so naive as to think that I will not kill you just because you call me senior. Lin Feng's expression was calm. He smiled faintly. If Senior wanted to attack, he would have done so just now. The Emperor of the Dead's voice was cold. I did not attack because I wanted to confirm something. I am Lin Yun and also Lin Feng. Lin Feng's voice was calm. He answered without hesitation. As the Emperor of the Dead knows, the one who killed old monster Yin Zhe that day was my independent doppelganger. There was no need to hide anything. It was more realistic to lay it all out. He was also betting. He was betting that the Emperor of the Dead's intelligence was much higher than old monster Yin Zhe's. If the Emperor of the Dead was smart, he would not attack here. At least, not now. This was Emperor Yan's hall, the center of Emperor Yan City. Just the words, Emperor of Hell, alone was enough to make the Emperor of the Dead wary. Moreover, killing him might not be more beneficial than harmful. If the Emperor of the Dead was the real deal, he would weigh the pros and cons. At least, he would not be swayed by the river of hell. As expected, the Emperor of the Dead's black eyes looked over. There was a glint in his eyes. Pang Rant's aura seemed to dissipate. Continue. The Emperor of the Dead said. If what you say can move me, then I will let you live. But if you think that I do not dare to attack you in Emperor Yan's hall, then you are underestimating me. Boom! The black stellar origin energy enveloped him like a demon. The Emperor of the Dead's strength was released to the extreme. It was as if he was venting, but also as a warning. It enveloped the entire hall. Let me tell you, the Emperor of Hell cannot protect you. The Emperor of the Dead's voice was cold and unyielding. These words seemed to be directed at Lin Feng, but also seemed to be directed at someone in Emperor Yan's hall. They were full of confidence and arrogance. Smiling faintly, Lin Feng remained calm. He had been through more dangerous situations. This kind of negotiation was useless against him. He was not even afraid of death, let alone this. If I am not wrong, the Emperor of the Dead should know that the river of hell is behind this. Lin Feng's eyes flashed as he looked at the Emperor of the Dead. The Emperor of the Dead's bright eyes flashed with a sharp glint. The depth of his hatred was completely hidden in the skull crown. Forgive me for being blunt. I, Lin Feng, am just an insignificant, abandoned pawn. If the Emperor of the Dead wants to kill me today, it will be as easy as waving his hand. But in this game with the river of hell, I will definitely lose. Lin Feng's eyes were deep. He looked at the Emperor of the Dead and saw that there was no fluctuation in his aura. Then, Ran said, but if you let me live, then with the power of this abandoned pawn and the Emperor of the Dead, then, it is still unknown who will have the last laugh. Chapter 1429. Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! The Emperor of the Dead laughed wildly as if he had gone mad. His skull crown seemed to be shaking. Lin Feng didn't know what to answer. Even though he was surrounded by the black stellar original energy and a terrifying aura, he still didn't care. It was true that he had humiliated the Emperor of the Dead in front of everyone and killed his right-hand men. But so what? What the Emperor of the Dead really cared about was more important. Humans are indeed cunning. The Emperor of the Dead's voice was full of disdain and contempt. He looked down arrogantly and said, "You are just an abandoned pawn, a piece of trash that even the underworld doesn't want. Give me a reason. Why should I take you in?" It was a blatant show of contempt. The Emperor of the Dead was indeed narrow-minded. He stepped on others to elevate himself. Lin Feng's eyes were bright as he understood. Even so, the Emperor of the Dead was not stupid. It's simple. Because I am more powerful than the old monster Yin Zhe. Lin Feng's words were loud and clear. This short sentence made the Emperor of the Underworld stop laughing. He looked over with his dark and deep eyes. There was no longer disdain and contempt. Instead, there was a glint of light in his eyes. Emperor of the Dead, You have been afraid of the underworld for a long time. If it is inconvenient for you to do something, I will do it for you." Lin Feng looked at the Emperor of the Dead with his sparkling eyes. "I will take over the position of the old monster Yin and become one of the 4 giants of the underworld. Everything will come naturally. It all depends on whether you have the courage to take the risk," Lin Feng said with certainty. His expression was serious. His words made the Emperor of the Dead quiet. The skull crown shone brightly as the Emperor of the Dead fell into deep thought. After a long while, "Why should I trust you?" The Emperor of the Dead's voice was bone-chilling. "Trust is as useless as an oath." Lin Feng smiled and looked at the Underworld Emperor. "The reason why I helped the Underworld Emperor was that we shared the same interests. Now that I have found my wife, there is no more interest between us. But it is different from you, Underworld Emperor. You can give me something that the Underworld Emperor cannot. Status, power, and strength." Lin Feng's eyes burned. "Emperor of the Dead, you were able to recruit a subordinate who is stronger and smarter than old monster Yin. You can adapt to the situation. Outsiders will definitely praise you for knowing how to make good use of people. You can also shut Huang Quan's mouth, making him unable to stop or say anything. In the future, if I can get rid of Huang Quan, I will become a great figure in the underworld, second only to one person. Since our interests are aligned and our goals are the same, why not?" With a faint smile, Lin Feng looked at the Underworld Emperor. At this moment, the latter's aura had already dropped, and his killing intent had already disappeared. Even his enormous aura had receded. The ferocious black armor entered his eyes, but he didn't feel any sense of danger at the moment. The skull crown glowed faintly. The Underworld Emperor suddenly laughed out loud, looking carefree. "You are very smart, human," the Underworld Emperor praised. In the blink of an eye, a streak of black light flew over. Lin Feng caught it with his divine hand. It was extremely cold to the bone. It was an exquisite and translucent command token with a large nether character inscribed on it. The material it was made of was rather precious and unheard of. This is Lin Feng's eyes lit up. "From today onwards, you, Lin Yun, are officially one of the 4 great leaders of the underworld. You will succeed old monster Yin, but your position is temporarily vacant." The voice sounded faintly. Lin Feng's eyes lit up when he heard it. He held the command token in his hand, but the Underworld Emperor's figure was no longer in front of him. Only the lingering voice remained. "Remember what you said today, human. If you make a mistake, don't blame me for being ruthless and turning my back on you. Take care of yourself." The faint voice reverberated around the Emperor Yan's palace. The Underworld Emperor had already left, leaving Lin Feng alone. He held the Underworld command token in his hand. His eyes flashed and the corners of his mouth curled up. In the Grand Lotus Garden. What? Jinji and Shijishin were both shocked and their eyes widened. "Brother Lin, you succeeded as one of the 4 great leaders of the underworld?" Jinji was a little confused. He looked at Lin Feng as if he was looking at a monster. "Wow, isn't that the same as King of Hell North?" Shijishin's eyes lit up. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. "It's just an empty title. The Underworld Emperor only put me on the stage to compete with the Netherworld. I have no real power." He was already clear about this. Although the Underworld Emperor was the lord of the Imperial City, he was narrow-minded and could not be a formidable person. Although he had similar interests with him, he still kept a distance. He wanted to control everything. This was different from King of Hell North. In fact, as one of the 4 great city guards under King of Hell North, his power was already real. King of Hell North once asked him to take over the position of the North Dragon Guard, but he declined. After all, as the Lord of the Southern region, he still had many things to do. The Underworld Emperor is the strongest in the underworld. Even the 4 great leaders are controlled by him. If not, Why would the netherworld be racking his brains to pull the underworld emperor down? Qianlian Huang said indifferently. Yen Imperial City is different. The underworld emperor does not care about worldly affairs. The East, South, West, and North City are independent. Although their positions are the same, their power is very different. In terms of power, King of Hell North is even more powerful than the so-called second in the underworld, the Netherworld Emperor. If Lin Feng wants to show off, the North City is far more powerful than the Underworld Emperor. Qianlian Huang's voice was clear, and her words hit the bullseye. Lin Feng heard it and nodded with a smile. It was better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. In the Underworld Emperor, even if he was one of the four great leaders, he was still the puppet and sword of the Underworld Emperor. He only existed to deal with the Netherworld Emperor. So what if he was the third in the Underworld Emperor? He might not even have the basic freedom. But in the North City, King of Hell North saw him as a family. This time, he was duty-bound to help. He would remember this in his heart. Besides, other than the size of the North City being smaller than the Underworld Emperor, there was nothing different about the North City. Here, he was on equal footing with Li Chan and the other two. If he wanted to, he could totally take up the role of a normal city guard. Even if he rejected it now, King of Hell North would not be dissatisfied. Most importantly, you have been in the North City for so long. Haven't you noticed anything strange? Lin Feng looked at Jin Ji and Shi Jixin and smiled. The two of them looked at each other and instantly racked their brains. However, unlike Qianlian Huang, Jin Ji and Shi Jixin still had the temperament of a child. After entering North City, they had run out countless times and were completely unable to settle down. Strange. Shi Jixin put her hand to her mouth and whispered. Brother Lin, there really is something strange. Jin Ji nodded as if he understood. Oh right. Shi Jixin's watery eyes widened. She quickly shouted, there are a lot of humans in the North City. Yes, that's right. Jin Ji clapped his hands and smiled. There are a lot more humans than in the East City. Even among the neutral races, there are many in human form. Walking in the North City is like walking in the South region. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. The North City has the bloodline of humans. Human bloodline? Jin Ji and Shi Jixin were confused. The Northern Dragon Guardian, the Northern Separation Guardian, and their subordinates all have the blood of humans running through their veins. More or less, some have 1/4 of their blood, some have 1/8 of their blood, and some even have 1/2 of their blood. They are all closely related to humans. Even the Northern Hades is the same. Therefore, the North City is also called the City of Humans. Lin Feng smiled and explained. Wow, it's true. So that's how it is. Shi Jixin and Jin Ji suddenly understood and revealed surprised expressions. Qianlian Huang smiled slightly. She already knew. She had asked Lin Feng to find King of Hell North in the beginning because they shared the same bloodline. It was much easier to talk to him. Then we will continue to stay here? Jin Ji's eyes lit up. Of course. You can stay here for as long as you want. Lin Feng looked at the three of them and smiled. This will always be your home. The four of them looked at each other and smiled. There was no need for words. They would enjoy blessings and endure hardships together. The Purple Moon Clan. At this moment, an emergency meeting was being held. Although Lin Feng had caused a commotion 3 days ago and the Purple Moon Clan's vitality was greatly damaged, most of the Sage Kings were only seriously injured. Not many of them had died. For example, the powerful Great Elder, Zi Fengtian, was full of energy after eating the star fruit and was roaring continuously. We must not tolerate this. We must punish him severely. Zi Fengtian gritted his teeth and roared. His hair and beard trembled. When he thought of the humiliation that day and the mysterious death of his grandson, Zi Xuanyu, Zi Fengtian's resentment soared to the sky. He wanted to cut Lin Feng into pieces. I agree. We must report this to the Heavenly Spirit as soon as possible and capture this murderer, the fourth elder agreed. Let's observe for a while longer, the third elder said with a frown. That's right. I heard that his younger brother, Lin Yun, caused a ruckus in the netherworld. He was so strong that even old monster Yin Zhe was beheaded. If we report this to the Heavenly Spirit and capture Lin Feng, I'm afraid that this fiend will be enraged. It's possible that he will slaughter the entire Purple Moon clan, the second elder said in a low voice. Are we just going to swallow this anger? That's not what I meant. It's just that it's not the right time yet. Then when is the right time? Are we going to wait until he's nowhere to be seen before we report this to the Heavenly Spirit? We'll lose all our face then. You can't say that. Face is a small matter, but the safety of the clan is more important. They argued endlessly. Everyone expressed their opinions. The Purple Moon clan was very lively. Only the patriarch, Ziyuan, rested his chin on his hand. He was in a high position, and his brows were tightly knitted together. Lin Feng's matter was a big problem for him. The first elder's faction and the second elder's faction could be said to be reasonable. It was difficult for him to make a decision in a short period of time. As the patriarch, he had to consider the final benefits and not act based on personal feelings. Reporting to the Heavenly Spirit would allow the clan to vent their anger, but there would be a lot of repercussions. After all, 3 days ago, Lin Feng's younger brother, Lin Yun, caused a ruckus in the netherworld and killed old monster Yin Zhe. If he really reported this to the Heavenly Spirit, who knew if Lin Yun would slaughter the clan for revenge? The possibility was quite high. At this moment, Ziyuan's eyes lit up, and his gaze fell on the compass in his left hand. But he reached out and pressed it. Looking at the message above, Ziyuan's expression changed drastically, and he took a light breath. Chapter 1430. Patriarch. Please make a decision, Patriarch. The great elder knelt on one knee with a burning expression and a cold glint in his eyes. With the great elder as the leader, they occupied more than 2/3 of the people in the hall. Their hatred for Lin Feng was extremely strong. After all, they were seriously injured by him in front of everyone. It was really difficult to swallow this anger. At the very least, they were still sage kings. With their reputations, everyone respected them and bowed respectfully when they saw them. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? But, get up, there's no need to say any more, Ziyuan said hoarsely, his voice cold. Treat this as if it never happened. Let's forget about it. What? With the great elder as the leader, the Purple Moon clan immediately became anxious. Patriarch! Patriarch, please reconsider. Patriarch, you can't do this. Anxious voices rang out in all directions. The great elder was especially anxious. His face was contorted, and his veins were popping out as he clenched his fists. He bore the brunt of the hatred for Lin Feng. Not only was his most beloved grandson, Zi Xuanyu, killed for no reason, but he had also lost all his face. If he did not punish Lin Feng, how could he be the great elder in the future? How could he convince everyone? Shut up! Ziyuan roared like a lion king. In an instant, the noisy hall quieted down. Are you all the patriarch, or am I the patriarch? Ziyuan's eyes lit up as he looked at everyone and shouted, all of you only know how to kick up a fuss. What's so shameful about losing because your skills are inferior? Furthermore, you bullied him with numbers. Don't you feel ashamed? Let me tell you, you have to accept it even if you don't want to. The Emperor of the Underworld has already made an announcement and officially appointed Lin Yun as old monster Yin Zhe's successor. He will become the new 4 great leaders of the Underworld. His words resounded resoundingly, lingering in the air for 3 feet. Everyone from the Purple Moon clan widened their eyes in shock. Was this a joke? This. Cold sweat dripped down the great elder's forehead. His face was green and white as he staggered. What kind of status did the 4 giants of the Netherworld have? Although the Heavenly Spirit World was a neutral power alliance, it still had its backbone, and that was the 3 imperial cities of the Sorcerer World. 8,000 experts from the neutral races racked their brains to enter the authorities of the 3 imperial cities. Even if they could only become a city guard, a Lulon warrior, or a Netherworld general, it would bring honor to their ancestors and allow their clansmen to walk with their heads held high. As for the 4 great titans of the Netherworld, their authority was even greater. It could be said that they were at the 2nd level of the Heavenly Spirit Alliance. Now, the human Lin Yun had become one of the 4 great leaders of the Netherworld. What did this mean? It goes without saying. The less trouble, the better. Ziyuan's eyes brightened. Although some elite warriors of our clan have died, fortune and misfortune come hand in hand. Today, Ziyao and Lin Feng are a match made in heaven. The news has spread like wildfire. This love story has become a beautiful story. Why wouldn't my Purple Moon clan be happy to have another affectionate son-in-law? This dispute can also be ended through internal strife. For my Purple Moon clan, in the long run, this might not be a bad thing. As the clan leader, he naturally looked at the clan's interests. Ziyuan's words were extremely stirring, instantly changing everyone's thoughts. There were whispers below, and many nodded in agreement. Indeed, why wouldn't they be happy? With one more human, Lin Feng, who could fight against all the Saint King-level experts of the Purple Moon clan, and with one more brother, Lin Yun, who could kill old monster Yin Zhe and become one of the 4 great titans of the Netherworld, the Purple Moon clan would be able to hold their heads high in the future. Not only that, with Zi Manlu, the Purple Moon clan would be able to do well in both the Netherworld and the Lulon Kingdom. It couldn't be better. The clan leader is right. Actually, if we put aside our grudges, our Purple Moon clan has profited greatly this time. Yes. Let's not talk about Lin Yun, who is far away in the Netherworld. Just Lin Feng alone is unfathomably strong. He held back that day. Who knows, his strength might be comparable to Lin Yun's. With him in the Purple Moon clan and the Purple Moon King's power and status in the Lulon Kingdom, our Purple Moon clan will soar in the future. Everyone's words were filled with longing for the future. Previously, they had resented Lin Feng because he had humiliated them and caused them to be seriously injured. Who wouldn't be angry? But now, if they were of the same clan, it wouldn't be so difficult to swallow this anger. Even the great elder, Zi Fengtian, was frowning, but the change in his eyes showed that he was seriously considering the clan leader Ziyuan's words. Indeed, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. However, this was only the Purple Moon clan's wishful thinking. Not good, clan leader. The door of the main hall was pushed open, and a Purple Moon clan expert rushed in. Everyone's eyes focused on him. What's the matter? Why are you so flustered? Ziyuan's face darkened. He's here again. The Purple Moon clan expert's face was pale as he knelt on one knee and cupped his hands. Him? Everyone was stunned, and the scene of that day suddenly appeared in their minds. Until now, it was still fresh in their minds. Lin Feng? Ziyuan was stunned. Brother Lin, how have you been? Ziyuan smiled and went forward to welcome him. Hello, clan leader. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. There was no hatred between them. Although they had fought a great battle before, times had changed. There were no eternal friends, and there would be no eternal enemies. After all, Ziyao's heart was for the clan. No matter what, he wouldn't fall out with the Purple Moon clan and make things difficult for Ziyao. However, there were some things that Ziyao could tolerate, but he couldn't. I forgot to congratulate Brother Lin, for bringing home the beauty. Ziyuan cupped his hands and smiled brightly. The lovers finally got married. There's no better ending than this. As he spoke, his eyes narrowed into slits. He nodded and said, It's Ziyao's fortune to be able to marry you. He changed his attitude extremely quickly. When he saw a person, he spoke human words. When he saw a ghost, he spoke ghost words. As the patriarch, Ziyuan's diplomatic ability was naturally top-notch. Clan leader, you're too polite. I'll be looking forward to your guidance in the future. Lin Feng's eyes flashed as he said slowly. With just a short sentence, Ziyuan's eyes immediately lit up. Excitement flashed in his eyes, but he quickly hid it. He smiled and said, Brother Lin, you're too polite. In the future, we'll all be one family. There's no distinction between each other. As he spoke, he patted Lin Feng's shoulder. Ziyuan was overjoyed. Lin Feng didn't reject Ziyuan's goodwill, and smiled indifferently. He would first use peaceful means before resorting to force. His trip this time wasn't just to mend his relationship with the Purple Moon clan and erase the past. There was another more important matter. Since we're already on the same side, I hope clan leader can be honest with me. Lin Feng continued and said indifferently. Instantly, Ziyuan's expression changed. His eyes flashed and he gulped. He had already guessed it before he came. Let bygones be bygones. Brother Lin, what's important now is that you and Zi Yao are finally together. Don't worry too much about other things. Ziyuan smiled. Trying to bluff his way out, Ziyuan's smile was a little awkward and helpless. However, he also knew that it was useless to say anything. There has to be an end to this matter, clan leader. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. From Ziyuan's words, he could tell that Ziyuan definitely knew many secrets. Zi Yao didn't want to tell him because she wanted to make peace. However, as her husband, he had no reason to ignore his wife being bullied. Ziyuan's expression changed again. He frowned and was extremely hesitant. On one hand there was Lin Feng. On the other hand there was the king of Ziyu. One was a rising star who had the support of Lin Yun, one of the 4 great leaders of the underworld. The other was an old tree that could do anything it wanted in the Lulan kingdom. He couldn't afford to offend either of them. Brother Lin, can you give me some face and stop pursuing this matter? Ziyuan's expression darkened. He was somewhat compromising. However, the answer he received didn't change. Lin Feng's expression was still as iron. His eyes were bright. Brother Lin, if you're like this, it's really difficult for me. Ziyuan sighed softly. However, he didn't know how to solve this matter. He was stuck in the middle. He was in a dilemma. How about this? I'll use a secret in exchange for this information. Clan leader, you can decide if it's suitable. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. He was no longer the ignorant kid he used to be. He could see that Ziyuan was hesitating and couldn't make up his mind. Secret? Ziyuan was a little stunned. He didn't know what Lin Feng meant. With a faint smile, Lin Feng approached Ziyuan. A bright light flashed in his eyes. He whispered a few words in Ziyuan's ear. Instantly, Ziyuan's expression changed. His eyes were bigger than lanterns. He stared at Lin Feng in shock. He was completely stunned and couldn't say a word. Clan leader, you've thought it through. Lin Feng's eyes were like torches. He slowly took 2 steps back and stood still. There are many things in this world that can't be perfect. You have to give up something to gain something, and you have to lose something to gain something. It all depends on you, clan leader, how to choose. These words were spoken indifferently. Lin Feng looked at Ziyuan and didn't say anything else. He had already hinted very clearly. If Ziyuan was a smart person, he would know how to choose. Struggle. Hesitation. Ziyuan seemed to be pacing back and forth at a crossroad. He was so anxious that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Cut him in half. Just as Lin Feng had said, there was no such thing as a perfect solution. If he wanted to protect the Purple Moon King, Zi Manlu, then Lin Feng's hint was very clear. Not only would he lose Zi Yao, but he would also lose Lin Feng and his doppelganger, one of the 4 great leaders of the Netherworld, Lin Yun. This would be a heavy blow to the Purple Moon clan. They would be beaten back to their original state. With Lin Feng's personality, he wouldn't give up until he took revenge. If he didn't reveal the Purple Moon King today, it was hard to guarantee that the other members of the Purple Moon clan wouldn't betray Zimanlu. At that time, he would first lose Lin Feng, this powerful son-in-law of his, and then lose the Purple Moon King. Then, the Purple Moon clan would completely decline in his hands. Many times, it seemed like there was a fork in the road, but in fact, one of the roads was completely blocked. There was no way back. He had no choice since a long time ago. It's like this. Ziyuan's voice was hoarse as he spoke slowly. His handsome face seemed to have aged a few decades in an instant. Chapter 1431. Yulong Tea House. It was still bustling with noise and excitement. Let me tell you, that battle was earth-shattering. The human, Lin Yun, has become famous. He looks 80% similar to North Windguard, Lin Feng. The only difference is that North Windguard specializes in fire and is of the heavenly god lineage. On the other hand, Lin Yun is of the heavenly martial artist lineage. He wields a blue heaven-class weapon and is unstoppable. His strength is even greater than North Windguard's, and even, I heard that Lin Yun has reached his maximum speed. Really? Are you kidding? Why would I lie to you? So many people witnessed the wedding. Otherwise, why would the Emperor of the Dead lower his status and make a human one of the 4 great leaders of the underworld? Lin Yun's strength is real. If you ask me, even the strongest of the 4 Yama kings, Yama South, might not be his match. It was bustling with noise and excitement. The news of the underworld spread like wildfire even in Yen Imperial City. It was not only because of the uniqueness of Yulong Tea House, but also because the battle was too exciting. The 3 imperial cities of the Sorcerer Realm had not had such a sensational battle for a long time. Compared to the battle between Lin Feng and Manting, it was 1,000 times more sensational. Everyone was not only curious about Lin Yun's strength, but they were also moved by his infatuation. It was easy to get 10,000 taels of gold, but rare to have a lover. In an elegant room. My lord, your name is now famous in the heavenly spirit realm. Everyone knows about you. Ilian moved her slender fingers and filled Lin Feng's cup with wine. Miss E, you are too polite. Lin Feng smiled faintly. His expression did not change. He was not surprised that Ilian knew about the secret between him and Lin Yun. Yulong Tea House's ability to gather information was shocking. The fact that he had an independent clone was not a big secret. It was normal for her to find out. However, looking at it from another perspective, since Helene could find out, others could also find out. I wonder if this little girl was able to help you last time? Ilian smiled charmingly. Yes. Lin Feng nodded without hesitation. That day, the annotation that Helene had specially given him had indeed helped him a lot and saved him a lot of time. Although she was the one who took the initiative, she was able to observe the minute details, which was exactly what he needed. This was enough to prove that Helene wasn't a simple person, and he didn't owe her a favor for nothing. Unexpectedly, Elaine didn't mention this matter again. She merely brushed it off and smiled. May I know what Sir needs Elaine's help with this time? As their eyes met, Lin Feng secretly praised him. This woman's EQ was quite high. She knew what to do at the right time instead of blindly trying to gain benefit. Help me investigate someone. Lin Feng went straight to the point. Oh! A light flashed across Helene's eyes, but she still maintained her faint smile. I want all his information, including his whereabouts, especially his recent whereabouts. Lin Feng's eyes glinted coldly. He pursed his lips and murderous intent seeped out. He's one of the Lulan warriors of the Lulan Kingdom, the Purple Moon King of the Purple Moon Clan, Zimanlu. Lin Feng clenched his fists, his eyes filled with anger. He was the instigator that Ziyuan had mentioned. He was the true culprit that pushed Zi Yao into the bottomless abyss. According to Ziyuan, Zi Manlu was the one who had planned all these despicable acts by threatening his clansmen and Zi Yao's mother. This person was extremely treacherous and cunning. He would do anything to achieve his goals. I understand. The smile on Helene's face slowly disappeared, and her expression became serious. How much time? What's the price? Lin Feng asked solemnly. Tomorrow afternoon. Helene smiled faintly. As for the price, it won't be too late for you to pay after you've finished looking through the information. All right. Lin Feng stood up and didn't say anything else. Although the price was unclear, to him, money was just a worldly possession. More or less was just a number. Even though he didn't have too many shaman coins, the treasures in his possession were rather numerous. Not to mention anything else, merely killing old freak Yinze had allowed him to obtain 2 heaven-rank treasures, and one of them was even the only blue-rank heaven-rank treasure capable of entering the Do Ling Exalt rankings. Demon Underworld Lock. This is the Demon Underworld Lock. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He would go into seclusion and carefully study it. Every bit of strength he could get was a bit more. This matter made him understand the importance of strength. If he didn't have enough strength, even if he went to save Zi Yao in time, he would only end up dying. Old monster Yinze was extremely strong. If he hadn't underestimated him, he wouldn't have been able to defeat him so easily. In the end, he didn't even use the Demon Underworld Lock that made him famous. Instead, he had let him pick up a ready-made bargain. Heaven-grade treasures had their own spirituality. Usually, heaven-grade treasures that were used in battle would easily die with the death of their owners. They would either be damaged or lose their spirituality. For example, old monster Yinze's defensive treasures and Northern Dragon Guard's winged dragon spear. And this Demon Underworld Lock could be considered to be in good condition because of luck. According to the book, the Do Ling Sovereign is one of the 13 strongest heaven-grade treasures that appeared in the Do Ling world. Among them, the Demon Underworld Lock is ranked 13th. It is also the only blue-grade heaven-grade treasure that can enter the ranking. It is basically comparable to heaven-grade indigo-grade treasures. It is known for its control power. Without enough strength, it is impossible to escape from the control of the Demon Underworld Lock. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. Looking at the Demon Underworld Lock in his hand, he could feel its powerful strength and terrifying aura. Although it couldn't be compared to a heavenly treasure like the Shield of Truth, the Demon Underworld Lock was better than the Shield of Truth in terms of helping in battle and increasing his attack power. Moreover, the Shield of Truth belonged to the main body. In fact, all his heaven-grade treasures were owned by the main body, such as the dual-polar blue flame pearl. Other than the Doomsday Spear, the doppelganger didn't have any other heaven-grade treasures. If I can refine the Demon Underworld Lock, the doppelganger's strength will definitely increase by another level. At that time, with the compatibility of attack and control, and with the help of the doppelganger's top-notch body in the Do Ling world, its strength will definitely increase again. Even if I can't match the Emperor of the Underworld, I can at least get closer. As he pondered, Lin Feng's expression turned serious. Although he had reached a tacit understanding with the Emperor of the Underworld, it was only a temporary tacit understanding. Like Huang Quan, they had the same interests and goals, so they formed an alliance of common interest. In the future, once he got rid of Huang Quan, or if there were no more benefits to speak of, with the vengeful personality of the Emperor of the Underworld, it would be difficult for him to keep him. Don't trust others easily, and don't trust the so-called promises. Relying on oneself was more useful than anything else. Lin Feng was very clear about this point. It's just that the Demon Underworld Lock doesn't seem to be compatible with me at all. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Whether it was his main body or his doppelganger, he didn't feel any desire when he held the Demon Underworld Lock. He was very clear about what this meant. If he couldn't merge with it by himself, then there was only one way left: refine. Refining a heaven-grade treasure required a lot of time and effort. It was like taming a beast that harbored evil intentions. It was very difficult to make it yours. Especially when the heaven-grade treasure was of a higher grade, it was even more difficult to refine it. The demon underworld lock was a heaven-grade blue-grade treasure. Even if a Saint King realm expert wanted to refine the demon underworld lock, without eating or drinking, it would take at least a year. Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly as he thought to himself. With his strength, there was no shortcut or luck to speak of. However, it was unrealistic for him to spend a full year refining the demon underworld lock. The current year was more urgent and important than the past 100 years. How could he waste it like this? Is there really no way? Lin Feng pursed his lips and frowned slightly. Whether it was the infusion of star source energy or the fusion of constellation Tao, the demon underworld lock was unaffected. It was as if it was dead silent. This feeling made Xiao Chen feel both helpless and tempted. He closed his eyes and recalled what he had seen and heard while reading the books in the book collection pavilion. However, he did not have any method to fuse with a heaven-ranked treasure. Ugh! Lin Feng pondered for a long time. He was very conflicted in his heart. He wanted to, but he didn't have the strength. Did he really have to give up? He couldn't accept it. How could he waste a heaven-grade blue-grade treasure that could squeeze into the Dou Ling supremacies list? If he could refine it, his strength would increase by more than just a little. Maybe I should ask Hades North. Lin Feng stood up. His eyes lit up. With this thought in mind, his figure instantly disappeared. Hades North Palace. Now that he was part of Hades North's faction, Lin Feng could enter and leave freely. North Wind Guard. Greetings, North Wind Guard. Outside Hades North Palace, the Sage King experts guarding it all cupped their hands and greeted him respectfully. Their attitude was completely different from the first time he came. This time, they showed respect based on strength, status, and face. It had been so since ancient times. Okay. Lin Feng replied softly. He didn't waste any time and went straight to Hades North Palace. After coming and going several times, he already recognized the place. He also learned a lot about the path to heaven from before. It was more than 9,000 steps. According to Hades North, it was less than a palm in the entire Dou Ling world. Even the Hades Emperor couldn't do it. Although he had used some tricks, the result was quite shocking and attracted the Hades Emperor's attention. Along the way, Lin Feng's expression turned serious. Hades North Palace looked huge, but it was actually empty. After all, not many people could enter Hades North Palace. If even Hades North can't do anything, then there's really nothing I can do, Lin Feng said softly. Hades North's experience were incomparable. If he said that there was no shortcut to fusing with the demon underworld lock, then Hades North could just give up and look for other ways to increase his strength. Although he was unwilling, there were many things that could be done. If there wasn't, he couldn't force it. Whoosh! A bright light flashed in front of him. It was the entrance to a passage that flickered with white light below the path to heaven. The two Sage King experts guarding below bowed when they saw Lin Feng. They didn't stop him at all. Whoosh! Lin Feng entered immediately. Chapter 1432. Lulan Kingdom. Damn it! Zimanla's face was filled with anger. His handsome face was somewhat ferocious. His subordinates stood on both sides submissively. Seeing Zimanla's rare rage, no one dared to say anything. No one was willing to anger the dragon face at this time. Clenching his fists, Zimanlu sat on the purple bench. His deep eyes kept flashing, containing many secrets. Master! Outside the door, a man with flowing hair in purple martial attire cupped his hands. What did you find? Zimanlu frowned. This disciple has met with great elder. Lin Feng did meet with Patriarch Ziyuan. The man with flowing hair cupped his hands. Do you know what they talked about? Zi Manlu's eyes flashed coldly. I don't know. They talked in a secret room. Even great elder doesn't know, but… The man with flowing hair paused and said slowly, according to great elder, after Patriarch Ziyuan and Lin Feng had a secret meeting, he personally sent Lin Feng away. The two talked and laughed, and their relationship is very close. I'm afraid they have reached some kind of tacit understanding. Tacit understanding? Zi Manlu sneered. What a good Ziyuan. He is a person who forgets righteousness at the sight of profit. Previously, he tried to curry favor with me to get to the top. Now that he is in a stable position, he wants to drive the wolf to chase the tiger and swallow me? The man with flowing hair had a serious expression. Then what should we do now? Should we eliminate Ziyuan first? No rush. Zi Manlu's eyes flashed coldly. Eliminating Ziyuan is just a matter of moving a finger. We can do it sooner or later. Furthermore, this person is two-sided. He is not a threat. If we eliminate him now, we will be alerting the enemy. Let's strike first and get rid of Lin Feng and Zi Yao. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble. The man with flowing hair's expression changed slightly. Master, didn't you say that Lin Feng and Lin Yun are one? Lin Yun is strong enough to kill old monster Yin Zhe. With our strength, I'm afraid, if we can't win with force, we will win with intelligence. Zi Manlu sneered. Everyone has a weakness. Old monster Yin Zhe is like that. Lin Feng is also like that. If he couldn't overcome the hurdle of love at such a young age, he would definitely suffer. How difficult would it be to deal with a mere sentimental person like him? The man's eyes immediately lit up. Ziyong. Zi Manlu suddenly shouted. Yes. The man with flowing hair, Ziyong, cupped his hands and stood up. Now, immediately mobilize your men to do something for me. Zi Manlu's eyes were bright and filled with malevolence. The Northern Hades Palace. Demon Underworld Lock? King Yama's golden eyes lit up as he nodded. He naturally knew the famous treasure of old monster Yin Zhe. Moreover, the name of the Demon Underworld Lock was so resounding. As one of the Dou Ling sovereigns, even if it was the last of the 13, it was still high and mighty. Lin Feng, you are quite lucky to have obtained the Demon Underworld Lock, praised the King of Hades North. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. Sir, you must be joking. You can see it, you can touch it, but you can't use it. What's the use of it? So you mean? King Yama nodded in realization. Lin Feng asked, King Yama, do you have a convenient way for me to refine the Demon Underworld Lock in the shortest time possible? Normally, I would need at least a year to refine it. That's a little too long. Now that the flames of war are raging, the southern region might be affected at any time. King Yama fell into deep thought. His white hair was brimming with vigor. He closed his eyes as if he was recalling something. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, which shone with golden light. There are indeed many ways to refine a heaven-grade treasure, King Yama said slowly. When Lin Feng heard this, his heart skipped a beat. Compatibility is the most direct method. However, Lin Feng, you have already proven that compatibility is not possible. Basically, this method is blocked, King Yama said slowly. There is another common method, which is borrowing strength. Borrowing strength. Borrowing strength from others to refine the heaven-grade treasure. The moment the refinement is complete, another cultivator will take over. Borrowing strength? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. King Yama's words were simple and easy to understand. Refining a heaven-grade treasure was like a battle between a cultivator and the treasure's spirit. The treasure's energy would be depleted bit by bit. When the treasure's energy was exhausted, another cultivator would take over. This was called borrowing strength. However, there is no one in the world who can refine the Demon Underworld Lock in such a short time. let alone the Hades Emperor. Even the Witch King Jiang can't do it. The King of Hades of the North poured cold water on Lin Feng. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. Indeed, this method was suitable for red-grade and orange-grade heaven-grade treasures. However, it was useless for blue-grade heaven-grade treasures like the Demon Underworld Lock, which was also a battle spirit supreme. Moreover, he couldn't find any experts to help him. The closest person he knew was King Yama, but his strength was only on par with his clone. Of course, there's a third shortcut. King Yama's eyes were deep. The so-called refining is a battle with the treasure's spirit. If a cultivator is confident in his or her soul, he or she can directly battle with the treasure's spirit, bypassing the heaven-grade treasure's strength. As far as I know, a Sage King-level Heavenly Soul Master has succeeded. Of course, it's very risky. From my standpoint, I don't recommend you to do this. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he nodded. This shortcut was indeed very risky. Moreover, he was fusing with his clone, not his main body. The clone's soul wasn't strong. There are fourth and fifth shortcuts. For example, you can destroy the structure of the Demon Underworld Lock, or forcefully attack it with external force. However, these are all methods that cross the boundary. Even if you can forcefully fuse with the treasure, the heaven-grade treasure won't have the same spiritual power as before. Most of them will be directly damaged and difficult to repair, King Yama said seriously. Listening to a wise man's words was better than reading for 10 years. After hearing King Yama's words, Lin Feng understood a lot. This method was too wasteful and not suitable. At most, he could slowly refine the Demon Underworld Lock, when he had the time. Moreover, there were many ways to increase his combat strength in a short period of time. Perhaps it wasn't as simple as refining the Demon Underworld Lock, but didn't he do it step by step before? Cultivation could not be rushed in the first place. Take it slow. King Yama's eyes flashed. He could see Lin Feng's anxiety. He smiled faintly. After all, we're not like Starry Sky cultivators who can easily refine heaven-grade treasures. Sage King-level cultivators are far from enough in terms of their souls and bodies. Starry Sky cultivators? Lin Feng was slightly stunned. As soon as he thought about it, King Yama continued, "By the way, Lin Feng, I have something to talk to you about." Lin Feng raised his head and looked at King Yama. King Yama's eyes lit up. He smiled meaningfully. "The Hades Emperor asked me to inform you that if you're free, you can go to Emperor Yan's hall." Emperor Yan's hall? When I'm free? Lin Feng thought to himself. He couldn't help but ask curiously, the Hades Emperor didn't specify a time? No. King Yama smiled faintly and shook his head. Strange. A curious look appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. "Don't think too much. You'll know when the time comes," King Yama said slowly. His golden eyes sparkled. He seemed to know many things. "I understand." Lin Feng nodded and cupped his hands. "Thank you for your guidance. I'll take my leave now." "All right," King Yama said. He left King Yama's hall. Along the way, Lin Feng's eyes kept changing as he pondered. It was very strange. Why was the Hades Emperor looking for him? He wasn't summoning him, but asking him to go to Emperor Yan's hall when he was free. "Why? When I'm free," Lin Feng murmured thoughtfully. If it was a formal summon, then there was no harm in going now. But according to King Yama's words, he was pressed for time. It wasn't a good time to go. Lin Feng thought to himself as he nodded. He had already made his decision. Since he wasn't in a hurry, there was no need to rush. It wouldn't be too late to go after everything was settled and he dealt with the Purple Man Pavilion. However, he paid attention to King Yama's last sentence. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. It's easy for a Starry Sky expert to refine a heaven-grade treasure. Lin Feng thought to himself. Was it because of the difference in strength? Or was it something else? Was it possible that he could refine a heaven-grade treasure like a Starry Sky expert? Perhaps he couldn't compare to a starry sky expert in other aspects, but there was one thing that was the same. That was the physique of his doppelganger. His 7 souls combined into one. He wasn't much different from a starry sky expert. Was it possible? I'll know when I try. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he thought to himself. Then, he looked at the compass in his left hand. It was already noon, the time he had agreed to meet Lien. I wonder how the investigation is going, Lin Feng thought to himself. He had to deal with things one by one. The matter at hand was the most important to him. Z-Man Pavilion. Yulong Tea House. I didn't disappoint you. Lien smiled and handed over a thick stack of documents. Lin Feng reached out and took it. His eyes sparkled. He thought that Lien was very efficient and careful. In less than a day, she had investigated Z-Man Pavilion thoroughly. He flipped through the documents page by page. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled as he read clearly. He instantly understood a lot about Z-Man Pavilion. This person was a ruthless person. In order to achieve his goal, he would never give up. He looked gentle on the surface, but he was actually like a poisonous snake. Sinister, cunning, and vicious. Ziyuan is right. With old monster Yin Zhe's brain, he wouldn't be able to think of such a scheme. Z-Man Pavilion knows Ziyao very well. Ziyao was manipulated and controlled by him. Her defeat was not unjustified. Lin Feng's eyes were cold. The more it was so, the more pain he felt in his heart. He could completely imagine Ziyao's helplessness and pain at that time. Every step she took was painful. It was as if she was betraying herself at every moment. A knife stabbed into her heart. Bastard! Lin Feng gritted his teeth and shouted. Looking at this stack of documents, his hatred for Z-Man Pavilion could not be any greater. He would not let this scum off. When I was investigating his background, Lien accidentally heard a piece of news. I wonder if you are interested to hear it? Lien blinked and revealed a charming smile. Lin Feng looked over. Seeing Lien's expression, his heart trembled. It did not seem to be good news. Speak, Lin Feng said solemnly. Chapter 1433. Z-Manlu is secretly preparing for an operation. Lien's beautiful eyes flickered as she spoke. He wants to capture Ziyao's mother, Ziruxian. What? Lin Feng's eyes instantly lit up. He had never thought of this unexpected news. However, since it came from Lien's mouth, it was at least 80 to 90% likely. Why would he capture Ziyao's mother, Ziruxian? Lord, you must know the reason why Lady Ziyao was willing to compromise and marry old monster Yin Zhe. Lien's beautiful eyes flickered as she spoke softly. These words enlightened Lin Feng, causing his heart to tremble as he came to a realization. He was not afraid of old tricks as long as they were effective. Ziyao would be controlled by Z-Manlu because of her mother. The first time was like this, the second time, and the third time would be the same. Z-Manlu is truly sinister. Lin Feng's eyes were cold. He knew very well why Z-Manlu captured Ziyao's mother. Now that he and Ziyao were already destined to be together, it was impossible to change anything. Even if Z-Manlu captured Ziyao's mother, what could he threaten Ziyao with? The answer was obvious, and that was him. How scheming! Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Indeed, as the information said, Z-Manlu was extremely good at exploiting people's weaknesses. Since he was willing to go through fire and water for Ziyao, causing havoc in the netherworld, fighting with old monster Yin Zhe, and even offending the emperor of the netherworld, it was enough to prove that he loved Ziyao deeply and would do anything for her, even if it meant death. But I have never met him. Why is he so anxious? Lin Feng's eyes flickered and instantly lit up. The Ziyu clan. He had once entered the Ziyu clan and had a secret conversation with the clan leader, Ziyuan. Ziyuan betrayed me? Lin Feng's eyes were cold as a murderous intent flashed across his eyes. After all, only Ziyuan knew that he was going to deal with Zi Manlu when he had a secret conversation with Ziyuan. Forcing him to choose one of the two, could it be that he pretended to choose him but actually chose Zi Manlu? Anger rose in Lin Feng's heart as his gaze became colder and colder. Zi Manlu's intention was obvious. He wanted to strike first. With a hostage in hand, even if Zi Manlu could not threaten him, at least he would not dare to do anything to him. This was very important. Many thanks. Lin Feng looked at Elian, his gaze resolute. The information she provided to him was worth thousands of times more than this stack of documents. Otherwise, if the Purple Man Pavilion were to succeed, he would be in deep trouble. Hua! With a flash of light, a red glow appeared in Lin Feng's hand and a Saint King-grade aura pulsed from it. Elian's eyes lit up and she let out a cry of surprise as she covered her mouth, her eyes flashing brilliantly. A red heaven-ranked treasure. This time, the information and the favor from last time should be enough. Lin Feng handed over the red-ranked treasure. Compared to the favor he owed, compared to the information about Helene, a mere red heaven-ranked treasure was nothing. Wealth was just a worldly possession. To the current him, a red heaven-ranked treasure was of little value. Even if it was converted into Wu coins, it would only amount to about 100,000 Wu coins. Since Sir is so forthright, it would be impolite for this little girl to refuse. Helene smiled. That is that. Sir's gift far exceeds the value of the information. How about this, if Sir still has anything he wants to inquire or know, Elian will serve Sir for free. Helene said, I must remind Sir that Zi Manlu is not someone to be trifled with. I know. Lin Feng responded calmly. Immediately after, his figure flickered and left. Time was of the essence. How could he delay any longer? He was filled with anger. Family should not be implicated. There was such an iron law in the world of cultivators. However, this was not an explicit rule, so there were many cultivators who did such things. Right now there was one. Zi Manlu. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, the hatred in his eyes undisguised. Again and again, and again and again. Such a treacherous person was even more unscrupulous than Lin Bindi, and he would do anything to achieve his goal. The news of him dealing with Zi Manlu had already spread, so Zi Manlu was naturally unwilling to sit still and wait for death, so he made the first move to gain the upper hand. It was easier said than done. Swoosh! Lin Feng's speed had reached the peak of its speed. Everywhere he passed, he was as fast as lightning, as if he had pierced through space. He had already reached the limit of speed, the peak of the Douling world. The wind blew his hair. Lin Feng's eyes were burning. As he left Yulong Tea House, the anger in his heart calmed down a little. He calmed down. This was not right. Ziyuan is a coward. As the clan leader, he prioritizes benefits. What good would it do him to betray me? Lin Feng exclaimed. After calming down and analyzing, he felt that his previous guess was a little off. With Ziyuan's personality, if he really wanted to betray him, it would be easier to cut off all ties with him. There was no danger. He knew how strong he was and what methods he had. He would definitely not joke about the lives of his clansmen and himself. However, if Ziyuan did not betray him, where did Zi Manlu get the information? Informants, Lin Feng thought to himself. As the Purple Moon Monarch, Zi Manlu must have a lot of informants in the clan. Especially those elders. It can be seen that they all respect Zi Manlu. Many of the elders know about my secret conversation with Ziyuan. When this news reaches Zi Manlu's ears, with his cunning and sinister nature, he will definitely be able to guess a little. Right now, capturing Zi Yao's mother can be said to be a foolproof plan. It is better to kill 10,000 wrongly than to miss out on 1,000. How despicable! Huff! Letting out a long breath, Lin Feng's eyes were burning. He instantly understood a lot of things in his heart. However, there was no point in guessing anymore. The most important thing was, he could not let Zi Yao's mother, Zi Ruxian, fall into Zi Manlu's hands. Otherwise, he would be in big trouble. Lotus Garden. It was bustling with noise and laughter. As the saying goes, 3 women make a show. Zi Yao, Qianlian Huang, and Shi Jixin were chatting happily. Lin Feng. Lin De Gu, seeing that Lin Feng had returned, the 3 women instantly smiled. Only Qianlian Huang and Zi Yao looked at Lin Feng's eyes, and seemed to have noticed something. Zi Yao asked, "What happened, Lin De Gu?" "Zi Yao, where is mother now?" Lin Feng asked seriously. Swoosh. Zi Yao's expression changed instantly. Boorish desolate. Although the matter has come to an end, I did not ask mother to return to the clan. Zi Yao's beautiful eyes moved slightly. From Lin Feng's tone, she understood a lot. There was no need for her to say anything more. Zi Yao quickly activated the compass and dialed. Everyone held their breaths, and the place was completely silent. He waited patiently. Along with the long drip 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 sound, his heart felt as if it was hanging in his throat. Instantly, "Mother!" Zi Yao shouted in surprise. Her clear voice was filled with joy. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Only Lin Feng's eyes flickered and he pursed his lips. The matter was not over yet. Ilian knew that Zi Manlu was trying to capture Zi Yao's mother. This meant that they had something to rely on. Before, yes, they have already kidnapped Zi Yao's mother once. Lin Feng's eyes were cold. With Zi Manlu's personality, even if he released Zi Ruxian, it was impossible for him to not leave anything behind. Otherwise, how could he have the confidence to capture Zi Yao's mother in the boorish desolate? There must be something fishy going on. Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. "Zi Yao, where is mother now? Is there a teleportation array nearby?" Lin Feng shouted anxiously. Zi Yao's face turned pale and she quickly asked. Shi Jixin was also extremely nervous. Qianlian Huang's eyes flickered and she activated the compass. "Lin De Gu, mother said that she doesn't know where she is?" Zi Yao's face was pale and she looked worried. As expected, Lin Feng clenched his fists and felt a chill in his heart. This was a critical moment. He had to find Zi Yao's mother, Zi Ruxian, before Zi Manlu and his men. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, the boorish desolate was so big. How could he find Zi Yao's mother? Thinking of this, his heartbeat quickened and the atmosphere became heavy. Suddenly, swoosh! From afar, a figure flew over at lightning speed. Lin Feng looked over and saw that it was Jin Ji. "What happened, brother Lin?" Jin Ji asked anxiously. He looked at Qianlian Huang and asked, "Why did you ask me to come here in such a hurry?" Following Jin Ji's gaze, Lin Feng looked at Qianlian Huang. The latter looked at Zi Yao and said seriously, "Sister Zi Yao, please ask your mother to activate the compass and tell us the coordinates. Then, let's set the coordinates with Lin Feng's compass." Zi Yao's eyes flickered and she did as she was told. Jin Ji. Qianlian Huang looked at Jin Ji with her beautiful eyes and said, "Zi Yao will tell us the coordinates. Immediately go and find the nearest teleportation array with Lin Feng. Our lives are at stake, so we must be fast." "I understand," Jin Ji said seriously. "Thank you." Lin Feng looked at Qianlian Huang and nodded gratefully. With her here, calmly coming up with ideas for him, the matter was quickly sorted out in an orderly manner. "Okay, Lin De Gu, the coordinates are #%X. Zi Yao reported a bunch of numbers. Jin Ji's eyes lit up and he muttered a few times. Then, he dashed out like lightning and headed straight for the teleportation array. Lin Feng nodded at Zi Yao and said softly, "Don't worry, I will definitely bring my mother back." Instantly, he followed closely behind Jin Ji. It was a race against time. Swoosh! Swoosh! After a few turns, Lin Feng quickly entered the teleportation array. The location of the Imperial Lotus Garden couldn't be clearer. Right now, everything was fake. Time was of the essence. A lot of time had passed since Ilian received the news. With Z-Man Lu's efficiency, if they knew the approximate location of Zi Yao's mother, Zi Ruxian, even though they hadn't caught her yet, it wouldn't take long for them to capture her. He had to be fast. Is it done, Brother Jean? Lin Feng looked at Jean Ji. The latter was sweating profusely and was nervously operating the teleportation array. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds, time passed by slowly. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with anxiety. Whoosh! A white light instantly lit up. Jean Ji shouted, "It's done!" But Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He directly stepped into the teleportation array. The white light flashed and his figure instantly disappeared. Chapter 1434. Hua! White light flashed. Almost instantly Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The compass in his left hand beeped, but it had already completed the positioning. A bright red dot of light flickered, and the location was clearly visible. However, the seemingly short distance in the compass was more than a day's worth of distance. North! Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and like a cannonball, his right foot stomped on the ground, and his body shot out like a fully drawn bow. The explosive power was shocking and terrifying. Chi! The space seemed to have been pierced through, and Lin Feng's speed had already reached the limit in an instant. Extreme speed. It was comparable to which Emperor Jiang, the strongest speed in the Douling world led by the Demon Clan. However, there were very few people in this barren wilderness. Otherwise, they would definitely be shocked to see Lin Feng's true strength erupt. In terms of speed and physique, Lin Feng had already entered the ranks of the strongest in the Douling world. He could contend against which Emperor Jiang and the Demon Clan's commander. An hour. With my speed, it will take at least an hour to unleash my full strength. Damn it. Lin Feng pursed his lips tightly, and a trace of anxiety appeared in his eyes. Not to mention an hour, even if it was an incense stick's time, dozens of seconds, or even a second, many things could happen. The current situation was imminent, and the whereabouts of Zi Yao's mother, Zi Ruxian, would definitely be known by Zi Manlu's group. By the time he found her, it might already be too late. However, there was no other way. Right now, he could only hope that his luck was good enough. Otherwise, he would have to pay a huge price and be controlled by Zi Manlu. After all, to him, family was the most important. Time passed by minute by minute. In the Imperial Garden, everyone was restless and anxious. Compared to Lin Feng, they were even more worried. After all, they could only wait and do nothing. It was as if they were waiting for the verdict, and everything was decided by the heavens. An hour was not a long time, but it was so torturous. Sister Qian, is it possible to find the tracking Zi Manlu placed on Auntie? Sure, Jixin's eyes lit up. Difficult. How could Zi Manlu's methods be discovered so easily? Qian Lian Huang frowned slightly. Since Auntie left until now, she has already searched many times, but to no avail. Instead of wasting time for Auntie to search for him again, it's more practical to shorten the distance. Zi Yao nodded and said, Mother is currently rushing in the direction of Lin Degu. Every minute we can save is a minute. All the girls knew that as long as they could help Lin Feng find Ziruxian, then, no matter how many people the Purple Man House sent, no matter how strong they were, it was useless. Lin Feng alone was comparable to an army of thousands. Actually, there's no need to be so worried. Jean Ji's eyes lit up slightly as he said with a smile, even if Zi Manlu's group were to find Auntie, they would still have to use the teleportation formation to leave. And the closest teleportation formation is where Lin Feng is, so they would definitely meet. What a pig's head! Sure, Jixin reprimanded. What do you expect Lin Degu to do when Auntie is held hostage? Eh? Jean Ji was startled and scratched his head. Not necessarily. Qianlian Huang said slowly, with Z Manla's character, he would definitely carry a miniature teleportation formation with him. It would take less than half an incense stick's time to install and use it. Her beautiful eyes flickered, and she did not hide the worry in her eyes. The atmosphere became heavy again. Sister Qian, Sister Ziyao, don't frown. At least Auntie is still very safe, right? Shi Jixin forced a smile and said softly, more than half an hour has passed. So much time has passed before, so there should be no problem in less than a cup of tea's time. Sister Jixin is right. Maybe our luck is really good, Qianlian Huang said with a smile. Ziyao nodded slightly, but she still could not hide the worry in her eyes. Before he could finish speaking, an ear-piercing and resounding sound suddenly rang out. Beep! The long sound fell, and the red light on Ziyao's compass completely lit up. Looking at the dazzling red light, everyone's expression changed greatly. Ziyao's small face instantly turned pale, as if she was anemic, and her entire body trembled slightly. The thing that they did not want to happen the most still happened. The alarm sounded. It was an alarm that would only sound when there was great danger. The sound was very short, and it only lasted for a few seconds before it suddenly stopped. However, it shattered everyone's hearts into pieces. Z Manla's people had arrived. Oh no! Lin Feng's eyes lit up completely. Although he had already prepared for the worst, when it really happened, he could not help but tremble in his heart. Zi Ruxian had been captured. In the end, he was still one step too late. Damn it! Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly and his veins popped out. Although he had never met Ziyao's mother, Zi Ruxian, he still loved Ziyao's mother. Ziyao's mother was one of his closest family members, and he was unable to do anything when he saw his family member in trouble. That feeling was as painful as a heart-wrenching pain. However, right now, he could not despair. He could not be impulsive and lose his cool. Since it had already happened, what he had to do was to face it and solve it. Beep beep. Almost instantly, Lin Feng dialed Qianlian Huang's communication compass. A slightly hoarse but pleasant female voice came from the other end of the compass. Lin Feng's eyes were bright as he said, Lian Huang, you and Ziyao think of a way to buy me some time. Got it. Beep. After a short sentence, the communication stopped. This sound was like an arrow piercing his chest. Lin Feng roared towards the sky. Swoosh! His body was like a phantom as he rushed out again. He could not give up. Imperial Lotus Garden. Sister Qian, what did Lin de Gu say? Shi Jixin asked anxiously. He wants us to buy time. Qianlian Huang's beautiful eyes flickered, and her voice was slightly hoarse. Things have not reached the point of despair yet. Even if Z Manla's people captured Auntie and set up the teleportation array, it will take at least half an incense stick's time. In addition, the distance between Auntie and Lin Feng has shortened by quite a bit. Now, if we can buy enough time, perhaps Lin Feng will be able to arrive before Z Manla's people leave. Qianlian Huang's voice was firm as she lightly pursed her cherry lips. She could not panic. But even if Brother Lin arrives, Auntie is being held hostage. I'm afraid he will hesitate to act. Jean Ji's brows furrowed. It's different, Qianlian Huang said seriously. If Auntie falls into Z Manla's hands, he will definitely use her thoroughly. But now that she is in his hands, there is still room for negotiation. After a pause, Qianlian Huang looked at Ziyao and said softly, Sister Ziyao, hurry up. Okay. Ziyao's pale face revealed a hint of determination. Ziyao lightly bit her cherry lips. Her purple dress showed her helplessness but determination. Then, she dialed her mother's number again. Beep, beep, beep. The clear sound was continuous, but no one picked it up. The anxious wait made the air condense, and everyone felt suffocated. Until, hello. A cold voice came from the other end of the communication compass. The cold male voice revealed a clear murderous intent, completely shattering the last trace of hope in everyone's heart. Ziyao's delicate body trembled slightly, and tears fell uncontrollably. She knew that her mother was once again controlled because of her. "You are Manlu's people, right?" Qianlian Huang quietly came to Ziyao's side, her beautiful eyes bright. She could completely understand Ziyao's feelings. If it were her, it would be difficult for her to remain calm if her closest relatives were captured. Everyone had 7 emotions and 6 desires, and feelings existed. Humph. A cold sneer came from the other end of the communication compass. "Since you know, don't be long-winded. I don't have time to waste with you. That's all." "Wait," Qianlian Huang hastily said. "Is there any misunderstanding between us?" "Misunderstanding?" The cold male voice paused for a moment, then said coldly, "I don't care if there is a misunderstanding or not. We are just following orders." As expected, Qianlian Huang's beautiful eyes flashed. She further confirmed that although the other party was Manlu's group, Manlu was not among them. This was very important. "I'm just afraid that you will do something wrong because of your enthusiasm." Not long ago, Lin Yun reached an agreement with the Violet Manlu. They drank and chatted happily together. The previous misunderstanding has already been resolved. Lin Yun smiled and continued, "Everyone, you might not know this, but Lin Yun has just reached an agreement with the Violet Manlu Pavilion." The other end of the communication compass was silent. "You don't believe me?" Qianlian Huang smiled. "If you don't believe me, you can ask Manlu whether this is true. Otherwise, if you wholeheartedly carry Ruxian back, it will be a thankless task. At that time, Lin Yun will be furious, and Manlu will have to bear the consequences for their harmonious relationship." Qianlian Huang's eyes flashed, and her voice became slightly heavier. "Don't blame me for not reminding you." The other end of the communication compass was still silent. However, when Qianlian Huang listened carefully, she could hear a slight sound. There was a different sound on the other side. Very good. Qianlian Huang's gaze fell on the compass. Time was running out. She pursed her lips and opened her right hand, but her palm was completely wet. Time was dragging on, and there was no sound from the other end of the communication compass. This was the best news. Qianlian Huang was very clear that after their discussion, they would definitely contact Manlu. And they might not be able to contact Manlu immediately. There was a gray area in this. 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 60 seconds. Every second that passed was an opportunity for him. Everyone's eyes lit up, especially Ziyao, who was the most nervous. Qianlian Huang's forehead was full of sweat, and she was 1,000 times more nervous than when she was fighting. Time passed bit by bit, and it was as if the opportunity was slowly approaching them. It seemed that there was always a way out. Until, "Damn you, bitch!" A furious roar came from the other end of the communication compass, and the call was suddenly cut off. Everyone's hearts seemed to have been squeezed tightly in an instant. The concentrated atmosphere finally dispersed like the surface of water. Everyone exhaled a long breath. They had done their best. The rest was up to Lin Feng. "I hope everything goes well." Qianlian Huang's beautiful eyes sparkled. Chapter 1435. Hurry up! Is the teleportation array not finished yet? Stop dawdling. All of you are King good-for-nothings. He roared in anger. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his handsome face was ferocious. Ziyong. He was one of Manlu's most valued disciples. He was fully in charge of capturing Ruxian, which showed how much Manlu valued him. However, Ziyong had just been scolded by Manlu, and he had nowhere to vent his anger. His forehead was full of black lines, and he was still brooding over the fact that he had been schemed against. The 2 cultivators building the teleportation array were anxious and uneasy. They were angry at Ziyong, but they did not dare to say anything. According to the original plan, once they captured Ziruxian, Ziyong would order them to immediately build the teleportation array. However, after capturing Ziruxian, Ziyong talked to someone and did not give any orders. Now, he was urging them to hurry. The more anxious they were, the more chaotic they would be. The more chaotic they were, the harder it would be to complete the task. Ziyong was flustered and exasperated. He kept scolding and making mistakes in the construction of the teleportation array. Ziruxian had already fainted, and his subordinates were watching over her. They surrounded her tightly. Ziyong looked around anxiously and vigilantly. He would occasionally turn around and shout, "Are you done?" He was not stupid. He knew that the woman was not teasing him, but stalling for time. What did this mean? The answer was obvious. Damn it! Ziyong's lips were purple, and his face was like iron. At this moment, the construction of the teleportation array was finally completed. With a soft cheer, a bright white light shone. The two cultivators building the teleportation array wiped their sweat and felt relieved. Fortunately, it was completed on time. Otherwise, they would have been made the scapegoat. Hua! Ziyong's eyes lit up. Quickly bring Ziruxian back. Although he was anxious, Ziyong did things cleanly. He knew that nothing was important now. His task was complete as long as he sent Ziruxian back. The teleportation array flashed with white light. The two cultivators operated it skillfully, and the cultivators watching over Ziruxian directly sent Ziruxian into the teleportation array. The white light flashed, and with a clear beep, the teleportation array was activated and lit up. Ziyong's eyes flashed slightly, and he let out a long breath. However, in an instant, Hua! Ziyong's expression changed drastically. A terrifying aura descended from the sky. It was as if the power of the heavens had descended. The terrifying aura covered everything and enveloped the entire space. A terrifying ear-piercing sound broke through the air, accompanied by a powerful roar of power. Chi! A bolt of lightning streaked across. The white light of the teleportation array had already completely lit up. The short 3 seconds of buffer time had already passed and Ziruxian's figure began to dim. However, boom! The lightning fell like the roar of thunder. Pung! The teleportation array instantly shattered into pieces, turning into a pile of scrap metal. Even Ziruxian, who was unconscious, was slightly affected. The frightening explosion caused everyone to be dumbstruck. Everything happened too suddenly. A long spear. It flashed with a demonic blue light and was inserted at a 45-degree angle at the original location of the teleportation array. World Destroyer Spear. Some of the martial warriors had already recognized the spear, and their faces were filled with shock. Some of them had seen the battle between Lin Feng and old monster Yin Zhe. This blue heaven rank weapon had long since become Lin Yun's symbol. Pung! The aura exploded, and a black figure floated in the air. Lin Feng. He had finally arrived. Hua! Hua! The Purple Man Tower's subordinates reacted extremely quickly. Although the teleportation array was destroyed and the incident happened too suddenly, they did not relax their protection of Ziruxian. Several martial warriors grabbed Ziruxian as if she was their last hope. The moment the World Destroyer's spear was recognized, the martial warriors' hearts turned cold. Who was that? What a joke! A terrifying existence that could even kill old monster Yin Zhe. The human Lin Yun. The new 4 great leaders of the underworld. Even the Purple Man Tower had to avoid him, let alone the martial warriors. They were just small fries who could not fight against him. If they wanted to live, the only way was to capture Ziruxian. They knew this very well. Let her go. Lin Feng's eyes burned. I'll spare your lives. His voice was cold and deep. Looking down at the group of 10 martial warriors, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. A Saint King Realm Master led by 9 Saint Realm Masters. Such a powerful armed force was shocking, but in front of Yang Kai, they were nothing more than ants. As long as he was willing, none of them could escape. This was confidence. The aura of a true martial warrior. Complete suppression. The martial warriors led by Zi Yong were all pale and their bodies trembled slightly. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. Lin Yun's strength, as one of the 4 giants of the underworld, had already made them lose the will to fight. He was too strong. Don't challenge my patience. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled as he looked down. Although he was nervous, he did not show it on his face. His voice was cold and full of killing intent. I'll give you 10 seconds. Get lost. Get as far away as you can. Before I change my mind. His roar was like thunder, exploding in everyone's hearts. Their expressions suddenly changed. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. You look at me, I look at you. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. However, Lin Feng's voice had already started to resound. 9, 8, 7. Every voice was like the judgment of the god of death. Landing in the hearts of the martial warriors, it was like a heavy mountain, making them unable to breathe. The martial warriors decided their fate. Ah! Hissing and roaring, there was finally a cultivator who could not bear the pressure of this terrifying aura and broke into a run, like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. Lin Feng's eyes flashed and he secretly sighed in relief. He knew that if there was a first, there would naturally be a second and a third. The most frightening thing was not how strong the enemy was, but how united they were. However, in the current situation where they were split into pieces, he had already won half of this hidden battle. The rest was up to him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sure enough, after the first cultivator fled, the second and third cultivators also fled in different directions, but they were already prepared. The hunter would shoot the bird that stuck out. There was no such thing as the first to run, so they naturally wouldn't be so stupid as to become targets. After all, there were many who were afraid of death. 5, 4, 3. Lin Feng's voice became colder and colder. The judgment of the god of death was like a sickle placed on everyone's neck. Seeing that Lin Feng had indeed kept his promise, the first 3 warriors had left safely. Then, like a beehive scattering, another 4 warriors fled. In the blink of an eye, the team of 10 warriors had been reduced to 3. They looked at each other and finally, their gazes focused on Zi Yong. However, Zi Yong himself did not understand. His face was green and white. 2. 1. The murderous intent in Lin Feng's eyes had already reached its boiling point. His voice trailed off as a surging killing intent enveloped the 3 of them. The 2 experts behind Zi Yong looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and finally made up their minds. One on the left and one on the right, they quickly made their final decision. Survival was more important. It was completely empty. Only Zi Yong was left. His handsome face was a little twisted at this moment. It was not that he did not want to run, but he could not. As Zi Manlu's disciple, he knew his master's way of doing things. If he ran away today and was found by Zi Manlu in the future, he would die even more miserably. Since he would die either way, he might as well take a gamble. At least he had a hostage in his hands. He was betting that his master's judgment was not wrong. Lin Feng would not disregard Zi Ruxian's life. Otherwise, why would he go through so much trouble? Don't come over! Zi Yong roared and grabbed Zi Ruxian. His eyes were filled with determination. If you take another step forward, I'll kill her. Then we'll go our separate ways. His voice was slightly trembling. He had no confidence at all. Although he was determined, it was more like he was at the end of his rope. Lin Feng saw the change in Zi Yong's expression and understood in his heart. At this moment, the difficulty of saving Zi Ruxian had been greatly reduced for him. 10 people and 1 person could not be mentioned in the same breath. Moreover, he was not Zi Manlu. Is it necessary to risk your life for Manlu? What benefits will it bring you? Lin Feng asked indifferently, his expression calm. Benefits? Ziyong sneered. What benefits can it bring? Betraying my master will only lead to death. Even if I can escape today, I will still die in the future. His words were filled with mockery and helplessness. Ziyong's eyes dimmed. What if I say you won't die? Lin Feng's voice was calm. Ziyong suddenly laughed loudly, his smile twitching. Do you think I am a 3-year-old child? I know you want to save her, but it is not that easy. Even if I die today, I will drag someone down with me. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. I am one of the 4 great leaders of the underworld. How could I lie? Ziyong was stunned and frowned slightly. Let her go, then hide. Lin Feng looked at Ziyong with an unwavering gaze. If it is short, it will be a few days. If it is long, it will be a few months. I guarantee that you will live safely because… After a pause, the killing intent in Lin Feng's eyes reached its peak like an azura. Manlu will die. Bang! The cold voice descended like thunder and struck Ziyong's head. Ziyong's eyes widened in shock. Indeed, he had not expected this at all. If Manlu died, what was there to be afraid of? You are right. Ruxian is in your hands, so I will not kill you. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled as he said indifferently, but after you return and turn in the mission, Ruxian will no longer be able to protect you. Lin Feng's voice suddenly became heavier, his eyes cold. I guarantee that when the time comes, you will die. Because I, Lin Yun, said it. Ziyong's body trembled and he staggered back. Lin Feng's words' combined force and gentleness caused him to completely collapse. Lin Yun was one of the 4 great leaders of the underworld. He did not even need to do it himself to kill a small fry like Ziyong. Now you can make your decision. Lin Feng's expression was calm, but he was using both the soft and the hard. He looked at the Saint King expert in front of him. He knew that Ziyong was scared. You will really let me go? Ziyong asked in a trembling voice. Go. Lin Feng's expression was calm. Ziyong felt as if he had been pardoned. The hesitation in his eyes instantly turned into determination. He knew that he had no other choice. He staggered back and looked at Lin Feng with deep fear. Then, he fled in panic. Chapter 1436. Lotus Garden. Mother! Ziyao was overjoyed. Tears fell from her eyes, but they were tears of joy. The stone in her heart had been completely lifted. Lin Feng stood with a smile. Everyone, including Thousand Love Empress, Shi Jixin, and Jin Ji, had a smile on their faces. This time, they had survived a disaster and were in extreme danger. Although they had gone through a lot, it was a happy ending. It was worth celebrating. I'm sorry. Mother has implicated you, daughter, Ruxian said in a soft and apologetic voice. Why are you saying this, mother? Ziyao smiled. Ruxian shook her head. It's all mother's fault. If I hadn't been held hostage, you wouldn't have had to compromise and marry old monster Yin Zhe. Biting her lips, Ruxian sighed. 3 days ago, if I hadn't been too ashamed to see you, Manlu wouldn't have taken advantage of me. It's all right, mother. There's no need to be so calculative between mother and daughter, Ziyao said softly. That's right, auntie. Let bygones be bygones, Jin Ji said with a smile. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Shi Jixin reprimanded with a smile. This is other people's family matter. Why are you butting in? Brother Jin is right. Lin Feng nodded with a smile. There's no overnight enmity between family members. Let's erase what happened in the past. What's important is the present. Family reunion is more important than anything else. Ruxian turned around and looked at Lin Feng with a complicated gaze. Lin Feng, you don't hate me? Lin Feng smiled. You're Ziyao's mother, so you're my mother. Don't worry, mother. I won't let you suffer again. Pursing her lips, Ziru Xian looked at Lin Feng with a myriad of emotions. She was the one who had forcefully separated Zi Yao and Lin Feng that day. However, looking back today, it was this lowly human that she had looked down on. Not only had he saved her daughter, but he had also saved her. Now, she was one of the 4 giants of the underworld. Thinking of everything she had done, Ziru Xian felt her cheeks burn with shame. Ziru Xian looked at Lin Feng, her voice choked with emotion. That's enough, mother. Let's not talk about the past anymore. Lin Feng looked at Ziru Xian and knew what she wanted to say. He hadn't asked Zi Yao about the matter of the kingdom of Meru, and Zi Yao hadn't mentioned it either. However, he knew that with Zi Yao's personality, she must have left him because of her family. If it wasn't Yuan, then it was Ziru Xian. Previously, he had always thought that it was Yuan, but now it seemed to be Ziru Xian. However, looking at it from Ziru Xian's perspective, she did not do anything wrong. At that time, he was indeed not worthy of Zi Yao. There was no point in blaming the heavens and blaming others. If one wasn't worthy, then one should work hard to improve oneself and sublimate oneself. He didn't want to be looked down upon by others. He didn't want to curse others in his heart. He didn't want to feel sorry for himself. He didn't want to dispiritedly give up on making others sympathize with him. Instead, he turned it into motivation and continued to move forward. Fate was in one's own hands. Okay, let's not talk about it anymore. Tears welled up in Ziru Xian's eyes and she smiled. I'm very satisfied. I'm really satisfied. Lin Feng smiled and looked at Zi Yao. Their eyes met and they smiled. Everything was in the past. Zi Yao and Ziru Xian went into the house to rest. Although this storm had been resolved without shedding a drop of blood, their hearts were extremely tired, especially Ziru Xian. She had received successive blows. Not only was her body and mind exhausted, but she also felt guilty towards her daughter and Lin Feng. All sorts of emotions were mixed together. Right now, Zi Yao was more concerned about comforting her mother. Thank you, Empress Qian. Lin Feng looked at Empress Qianlian and nodded with a smile. If it wasn't for her help this time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. It was her calmness and planning that allowed him to save Ziru Xian in the end. In terms of merit, she bore the brunt of it. He owed her too much. It's just a small matter. Empress Qianlian didn't take credit and said with a smile. That's right. Brother Lin, you're being too polite. We're companions, we're on the same side. Jinji patted his chest and said proudly. Tisk, shameless. What merit did you make this time? Shi Jixin muttered at the side. What did you say? Jinji immediately turned his head and said angrily. I helped Brother Lin bring him to the teleportation array. It's better than you crying over there. When did I cry over there? Shi Jixin put her hands on her hips and glared angrily. The two enemies quickly quarreled again. Lin Feng and Empress Qianlian looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. They were already used to it. If the two of them didn't quarrel for a day, they would feel uncomfortable. However, they didn't know that the more they quarreled, the deeper their feelings became. By the way, Lin Feng, what do you plan to do next? Empress Qianlian suddenly asked. Lin Feng's eyes lit up and said in a deep voice, with Zi Manlu's character, he will definitely not let it go. He's good at controlling the situation in his own hands. Although he failed today and couldn't capture Ziru Xian, he will definitely think of other method. Since he knows that I want to deal with him, he won't sit still and wait for death. Empress Qianlian nodded. We have to take the initiative. But this person is very cunning. He's hiding in the Lulan country. I can't go deep into the enemy's den and take his life. Lin Feng frowned. Even if I can kill him, I'm afraid I can't leave the Lulan country. That's true. Empress Qianlian said softly. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she muttered, if we were Zi Manlu, what would we do in this situation? Enter the role. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. Closing his eyes, he instantly entered the role of Zi Manlu. His mind was filled with thoughts. There were two possibilities. They could either endure for now and hide in the Lulan country, or they could think of a way to get rid of him so that they wouldn't have to worry about him in the future. However, Zi Manlu obviously didn't have any hope of getting rid of him with their strength. Now that he was one of the 4 great leaders of the Netherworld, Zi Manlu had almost no pawns to use to kill him. Even if the Lulan Emperor wanted to deal with him, he had to go through the Emperor of the Dead. It was impossible to rely on their strength. However, he must have a sinister plan. For example, he could threaten me like how he kidnapped Ziru Xian, Lin Feng thought to himself. However, other than Ziru Xian, what other methods did he have? His family was in the kingdom of Maru. No matter how good Zi Manlu's intelligence network was, they wouldn't be able to find anything that could threaten him. Only Zi Yao and Ziru Xian, who were now in the Imperial Garden. However, the Imperial Garden was in Yen Imperial City and was very safe. As for the Purple Moon Clan, wait. Lin Feng's expression changed. He suddenly opened his eyes. Empress Qianlian was also looking at him with her beautiful eyes. He almost missed the most important person in the Lulan country. Bang! Rumble! The round table made of pure dark gold was smashed into pieces. It was a waste of at least 1,000 Wu coins, but now it was just a place for him to vent his anger. Zi Manlu's eyes were red. He no longer had his refreshing smile. Only his eyes were still vicious and sinister. He was like a venomous snake hiding in the dark. Now, he had already revealed his scarlet tongue. It was extremely terrifying. His subordinates stood at the side in a daze. They trembled secretly and didn't dare to say a word. Everyone could see that Zi Manlu's anger was on the verge of exploding. Not long ago, Zi Yong's kidnapping of Ziru Xian had been exposed. It was a complete failure. Now, the fate of the 10 experts led by Zi Yong was unknown. Ziru Xian was nowhere to be seen. The result was obvious. If she wanted to return, she would have returned long ago. After such a long delay, the answer was obvious. Damn it! Zi Manlu gritted his teeth. He didn't hide the anger in his eyes. Since his last call with Zi Yong, he'd had a bad feeling about the situation, and it was as he'd expected. Not only had he failed to kidnap Ziru Xian, he'd even offended one of the 4 great leaders of the Netherworld, Lin Yun. The current situation was extremely dangerous for him. Master, why don't we hide for a while? Zi Lin said hesitantly. As Zi Manlu's first disciple, he was the only one who dared to persuade him. Trash! Zi Manlu glared at him with anger and disdain. We can hide for a while, but not forever. How long can I hide? Can I hide in the Lulan kingdom for the rest of my life? If word gets out, I will lose face. Why don't we? Zi Lin hesitated but didn't say anything. He wanted his master to apologize to Lin Yun. However, considering his master's personality, he definitely wouldn't lower his head. Therefore, he didn't say anything. He didn't want to anger his master. It would be bad for him. Lin Feng. Zi Manlu clenched his fists so hard that his veins popped out. Lin Feng's sinister eyes flashed. Just as Lin Feng expected, since Zi Manlu's plan did not work, he would naturally think of other ways. It was impossible to make him yield. Just from the fact that he sacrificed Zi Yao to curry favor with old monster Yin Zhe, one could tell that he was very ambitious. He would do anything by fair means or foul. Soon, Zi Lin. Zi Manlu shouted. Yes, master. Zi Lin cupped his hands. Contact Zi Yuan immediately, Zi Manlu said with a deep gaze. Yes. Zi Lin's expression didn't change. He immediately dialed Zi Yuan's number. However, there was only a rapid beeping sound. There was no response from the other end of the communication compass. Obviously, Zi Yuan's communication compass was turned off. Bastard! Zi Manlu gritted his teeth and shouted, "Contact Zi Fengtian." "Yes, master." "Imperial Garden, it's here." Lin Feng's eyes brightened. A communication number appeared clearly on the compass in his left hand. Lin Feng pressed the call button. "Hello, Patriarch." Lin Feng smiled and a light flashed in his eyes. He has indeed made this move. It is just as you and I predicted. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. No matter how smart Zi Manlu is, he has no other way out. Everyone knows that he wants to kill me. Perhaps he is indeed sinister and vicious enough. However, he lacks the most important trait of a formidable person. He is too impatient. All right, let's carry out the original plan. Lin Feng's eyes brightened. He immediately hung up and ended the call with Patriarch Ziyuan. His eyes flashed. He clenched his fists. Finally, the opportunity he had been waiting for was here. "Zi Manlu, it is time for you to die." Lin Feng's voice was deep and firm. Chapter 1437. In the Purple Moon Clan. Greetings, King Ziyu. Led by the first elder, everyone knelt on one knee and cupped their hands respectfully. "Rise." Zi Manlu's gaze was cold as he said in a low voice, "What's going on?" First Elder Zi Fengtian immediately rose and frowned. Reporting to King Ziyu, clan leader Ziyuan has entered the Purple Moon secret realm and has not appeared for a long time. He seems to be in seclusion, but also... Zi Fengtian hesitated as he looked at Zi Manlu. The man in front of him was one of the most outstanding cultivators in the Purple Moon clan. He was the previous clan leader of the Purple Moon clan. It was only after he entered the Lulan Kingdom and became a warrior of the Lulan Kingdom that he gave his position to Ziyuan. However, the true pillar of the Purple Moon clan was undoubtedly Zi Manlu. It could be said that without Zi Manlu's fame, power, and status in the Lulan Kingdom, the Purple Moon clan would not be so glorious today. Purple Moon's secret realm? Zi Manlu was deep in thought. No wonder I couldn't contact Ziyuan. Zi Manlu suddenly changed his tone and looked at Zi Fengtian with cold eyes. "I'm not asking about Ziyuan's whereabouts, but where is Yuan now?" "This." Zi Fengtian looked hesitant. He cupped his hands and said, "Reporting to King Ziyu, we've checked the records of Yueru's entrance and exit. Yuan has not left the clan since she left last time. A few clansmen saw her appear in the clan a few days ago. There is no doubt that she is in the clan now." "Then where is she?" Zi Manlu's voice was cold. Pang Rant's aura made Zi Fengtian break out in cold sweat. He said hurriedly, "However, I've searched the entire clan and could not find Yuan's whereabouts." "Could she have disappeared into thin air?" Zi Manlu said in surprise. Zi Fengtian shook his head. "I've thought about it. There is only one possibility for Yuan's sudden disappearance." Zi Manlu's eyes lit up. He sneered and said, "Are you saying that Yuan entered the Purple Moon's secret realm with Ziyuan?" Zi Manlu's eyes widened when he saw Zi Fengtian's silence. He suddenly shouted angrily, "Bastard, do you know what kind of place the Purple Moon's secret realm is? Only the clan leader of the Purple Moon clan can enter it." "I'm afraid," Zi Fengtian said in a low voice. "This is the crux of the problem." A glint flashed across Zi Manlu's eyes. "You mean that old fellow Ziyuan is preparing to accept Yuan as his successor?" "Very likely." Zi Fengtian nodded. Although Yuan's talent as a martial artist is average, she handles the affairs of the clan with ease. Few people in the clan can compare to her in this aspect. With the Purple Moon clan's current ability, if they nurture Yuan with all their might, this girl will definitely be able to advance to the Saint King realm in less than 10 years. At that time, she will have both strength and prestige. From what this old man sees, Ziyuan is probably planning to do just that. Otherwise, why would Yuan disappear for no reason, and why would Ziyuan enter the Purple Moon's secret realm? There must be a connection. These words were spoken in a deep voice. Zi Manlu's previous disdain and suspicion gradually turned into a deep abyss. Thinking about it carefully, Zi Fengtian's words were highly likely to be true, and that was not the only reason. Zi Yuan, you're taking drastic measures to deal with the problem. Back then, I supported you to the position of clan leader. Today, in order to please Lin Feng, you did not hesitate to spend a lot of effort to nurture trash like Yuan. Relying on the mountain to rely on the mountain, relying on the water to rely on the water. What a wishful thinking. Zi Manlu's eyes were filled with determination. He had secretly come to the Purple Moon clan for none other than Yuan. From the incident with Zi Ruxian, he could see that Lin Feng was very concerned about Zi Yao. It was not only difficult to make a move on a powerhouse like Lin Feng, but it was also very troublesome. However, it was undoubtedly easy and fast to make a move on Zi Yao. The easiest way was to threaten her with a hostage. Her closest family. As long as Zi Yao was threatened, he was not afraid that Lin Feng would be able to escape from his grasp. Zi Yao only had two closest family members. One was her mother, Zi Ruxian, and the other was her elder sister, Yuan. Now that the incident with Zi Ruxian had failed, it would be difficult for her to be used as a threat. The only way to gain the upper hand was to make the first move and capture Yuan. Naturally, he was confident that he could deal with Lin Feng. That's why I'm so bold as to invite King Ziyu here personally, Zi Fengtian said solemnly. Other than clan leader Zi Yuan, you're the only one who knows how to enter and exit the Purple Moon's secret realm. Zi Fengtian's eyes flashed. Zi Yuan is stubborn and has long been disloyal. He doesn't even trust you, King Ziyu. Instead, he's siding with that outsider. It's not just me, but all the elders have something to say about this. May King Ziyu uphold justice. Zi Fengtian knelt on one knee and cupped his fists as he shouted. Under his lead, all the martial artists behind him also knelt on the ground in unison. Their movements were very orderly. Zi Manlu's eyes flashed coldly. He nodded thoughtfully and said in a deep voice, Zi Yuan, since you're heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. Back then, I was able to make you the clan leader. Today, I'll be able to uproot you. You dare to eat from two families and treat my Zi Manlu as nothing. I'll make you regret it. Whoosh. With a wave of his sleeve, Zi Manlu's imposing aura disappeared like a pangran. Purple Moon's secret realm. This was the hinterland of the Purple Moon clan. It was also where the greatest treasure was located. If the Uru formation was the facade of the Purple Moon clan, then the Purple Moon's secret realm was the core of the Purple Moon clan. Only the clan leader could enter it. It didn't have many uses. However, it could forcefully raise a martial artist with mediocre talent to the King Sage level. This in itself was quite a miraculous thing. Whoosh! Zi Manlu appeared suddenly. Behind him, the martial artists followed closely. They were loyal and had an extraordinary aura. Looking at the Purple Moon's secret realm before him, Zi Manlu's eyes flashed with nostalgia. Ever since he became a Lulan martial artist, he had never returned. In the past, this was where he cultivated painstakingly. The Purple Moon's secret realm was a great contribution to his current achievement. All of you wait outside, Zi Manlu said in a deep voice. His eyes were cold. Yes, King Ziyu. The martial artists bowed and stood. Zi Manlu's eyes sparkled. Without any hesitation, he stepped into the Purple Moon's secret realm. Since he was already here, then, he might as well take things as they came. He was determined to get you in. As for Zi Yuan, such a disobedient pawn, he would get rid of him along the way. What he wanted was not a powerful helper. He just wanted an obedient puppet like great elder Zi Fengtian. He did not ask for anything else. As long as it was loyal to him, that was enough. Step, step. He walked calmly and leisurely. Zi Manlu was not in a hurry. Although he had not entered the Purple Moon's secret realm for a long time, The method to enter the formation was still fresh in his mind. He had stepped on the flickering light spots more than 1,000 times. The familiar movements made the strange lights in front of him seem like a fleeting cloud. The formation would not change. To be precise, the Purple Moon Clan did not have an expert who could change it. In front of him, the dark path became clearer. It was as if he had walked out of a pitch-black hole. Zimanlu gradually revealed a fierce look. He was like a bloodthirsty wolf. At this moment, he was rubbing his sharp claws, waiting for his prey. He approached step by step, until, whoosh, the light shone brightly. A shining white door of light appeared in front of him. Zimanlu sneered and suddenly stepped out. The scenery was still the same. The blessed land. This was a cultivation treasure land left behind by the ancestors of the Purple Moon Clan. He walked forward slowly. The dense chi of heaven and earth completely covered his aura. It was impossible to detect anything. However, Zimanlu was not worried. There was no need for him to worry. The Purple Moon's secret realm was not small, but it was not big either. Moreover, he knew the location of those cultivation treasure lands. At Jiru Waterfall? Or at Misuwa Cliff? Or maybe at the 5 Moon Star Lake? Returning to his old place, Zimanlu's heart was calm. Looking at the familiar scenery around him, he recalled the scenes of the past, bit by bit. His heart was inexplicably calm. Zimanlu even slowly closed his eyes and breathed in the air. To him, this was his territory. It was his palace. It belonged to him. Whether it was Yu-In or Ziyuan, they were just playing in his cage. It was only a matter of time before he killed them. He was not in a hurry. With a faint smile on his face, Zimanlu's expression was calm and at ease. But in an instant, thump, 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 his heartbeat quickened. Zimanlu suddenly opened his eyes, shooting out a cold light. The relaxed expression on his face instantly became calm and serious. Although he could not sense it, he felt an inexplicable sense of fear and threat. What was it? Zimanlu was shocked. This feeling had not appeared for a long time. It was the intuition of an expert. It was a physical reaction that would only appear when facing extreme danger. Above, Zimanlu's heart turned cold. He suddenly raised his head. There was indeed a black figure in the void. He was floating in the air and looking down. Looking at that familiar figure, Zimanlu's expression was incomparably shocked. It was the first time he saw him face to face. His eyes were about to pop out. Lin Feng, that face, that figure, he could not be more familiar. It was the detestable human that he could not wait to tear into pieces and execute. Now, he was looking down at him as if he was looking at an ant. Zimanlu's entire body trembled. At this moment, all his arrogance, all his contentment, and even his confidence collapsed in an instant. Why was he here? A huge question mark rang in his mind. Before he could react, in an instant, rumble, 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 the entire Purple Moon's secret realm shook violently. It was as if someone was shaking it. It was extremely strange. Oh no! Zimanlu immediately reacted. His face was filled with shock. In an instant, he no longer cared about Yu-In and Ziyuan. He turned around and ran. His eyes were filled with blood and he was extremely anxious. He did not know anything else, but he was very clear about the violent shaking of the Purple Moon's secret realm. It was a sign that the formation was about to close. If he did not take advantage of the fact that the formation was not closed, he would be trapped here and face a killing god that could kill old monster Inze. Did he still have a way out? The answer was obvious. Bang! In an instant, a suffocating pressure enveloped Zimanlu, causing his expression to change drastically. His body felt as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. His speed was completely suppressed. A terrifying aura enveloped everything. The entire space was filled with an oppressive feeling, causing him to be unable to move even a single step. Zimanlu's face was filled with shock. His heart was cold as he staggered. He'd forgotten that he was facing a terrifying existence that possessed extreme speed. Chapter 1438. Purple Myrtle Heaven Dipper Formation. The protective formation of the Purple Moon Mystery Realm finally closed with a loud rumble. Ziyuan closed his eyes and let out a long sigh as he watched the only ray of white light slowly dim. Yu-Yin pursed her lips as she looked at the clan leader who was usually unapproachable. She was filled with a myriad of emotions and could understand the struggle in his heart. This was a choice. It was a painful decision, but one that could not be avoided. Not only her, but the entire Purple Moon clan knew that the reason Ziyuan was able to become the clan leader was because of the Purple Moon King, Zimanlu. But now he had betrayed Zimanlu. Bang! The formation rumbled and officially closed. It was as if it meant the end of an era in the Purple Moon clan. The dust had settled. Do you think I'm despicable? Ziyuan opened his eyes and looked at the dark place in front of him. He seemed to be muttering to himself, but Yu-Yin knew he was talking to her. Clan leader, you must have your difficulties, Yu-Yin said softly. Difficulties? Ziyuan smiled faintly. There was too much helplessness in his smile, and his emotions were complicated. Although the Purple Moon King treated me like a puppet, I do not hate him. Instead, I am grateful that he promoted me and allowed me, a boy with mediocre talent, to display my talent. But a long sigh reverberated in the Purple Myrtle Heaven Dipper formation. If it was just me, even if I had to die with the Purple Moon King, I, Ziyuan, would have no regrets. But today, my decision is related to the rise and fall of the entire Purple Moon clan. Whether it succeeds or fails, I cannot bury the entire clan because of my own selfish interest. A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. The Purple Moon clan needs to welcome a new era. Ziyuan's eyes brightened as he made up his mind. Yu-Yin muttered to herself as she looked ahead. She could feel the sincerity in Ziyuan's words. Although she did not know what was going on, her instincts told her that the man in front of her, who was second only to the Purple Moon King, was especially sincere to her. She did not know why. Could it be because she was too ordinary? Turning his head, Ziyuan looked at Yu-Yin and smiled faintly. Actually, you should know where this is. Yu-Yin nodded and said softly, if I'm not wrong, the place that Patriarch brought Yu-Yin into should be the Purple Moon's secret realm. Ziyuan grunted softly and said indifferently, then do you know why I brought you into the Purple Moon's secret realm? Yu-Yin frowned slightly as an absurd thought surfaced in her mind. She suddenly shook her head in self-mockery. Naturally, she was not naive enough to think that the clan leader had brought her into the Purple Moon Mystery Realm to groom her as his successor. That was simply too absurd. The clansmen of the Purple Moon clan would be given a surname after they were born, which was determined by their aptitude. Those with superior aptitude had the surname Z, those with inferior aptitude had the surname Yu, and she had the surname Yu-Yin. The difference between him and his younger sister, Ziyao, was like heaven and earth. Even though her younger sister Ziyao had helped her a lot, after all these years, her strength had remained at the star field level, and it was difficult for her to improve any further. It was quite difficult to break through to the saint level. Become the patriarch? No matter who it was, it would never be her turn. Actually, you're the bait, Ziyuan said indifferently. Bait? Yu-Yin was slightly stunned. She did not understand. A glint flashed across Ziyuan's eyes. He looked at Yu-Yin and said indifferently, to be honest, the Purple Moon King did not come for me. He came for you. What? Yu-Yin's beautiful face instantly paled, and her heartbeat quickened. She was not stupid. She was born with a poor aptitude, but it did not mean that Yu-Yin's brain was not flexible. She knew her own limitations. She did not have the best beauty, nor did she have the most impressive aptitude. For a genius like the Purple Moon King to come for her, It was obvious why he had come. Her younger sister Zi Yao. Capturing her was almost equivalent to capturing her mother, Zi Ruxian. Connecting the dots between Lin Feng and the clan leader Zi Yuan and the series of events, Yu Yin's heart was clear, and her beautiful eyes shone brightly. Yu Yin's chest rose and fell unsteadily. She secretly thanked her lucky stars. Looking at Zi Yuan, she also obtained confirmation from his eyes. It was indeed so. Actually, this was a plan that the Cloud King and I came up with. We wanted to lure the snake out of its hole and trap him in, Zi Yuan said slowly. Although King Ziyu is a meticulous person, he has a huge weakness. Everything he does is too extreme, leaving no room for negotiation. This is true for others, and it is the same for himself. If he could endure for a while, perhaps he would not have ended up like this. However, he was too arrogant and impatient. He could not see the situation clearly. Losing is inevitable. Zi Yuan's eyes were clear as he looked at the pitch-black darkness. His voice was calm and indifferent. He knew Zi Manlu's strength very well. Although he was a Lulan warrior, he was still a long way from old monster Yin Zhe. Compared to the Cloud King who could kill old monster Yin Zhe, Zi Manlu was not on the same level. In addition, the Purple Myrtle Heaven Dipper array was closed, and the Purple Moon Mystery Realm became a sealed place. Even if Zi Manlu had the ability to reach the heavens, he could not escape death. He was done for. A wise man submits to circumstances. He can't blame anyone for his death, Zi Yuan said calmly. Yu Yin looked at Zi Yuan. At this moment, for the first time, she truly felt that as the clan leader, there were many things and emotions that needed to be decided. In an instant, she seemed to understand many things. But why did the clan leader say so much to her? Yu Yin, remember. Put the clan's interests first and put yourself last, Zi Yuan smiled and said earnestly. These words confused Yu Yin even more. She did not understand what the clan leader meant. Could it be? It can't be? As if guessing Yu Yin's thoughts, Zi Yuan smiled faintly. No need to guess blindly. After today's matter is over, I will officially accept you as my disciple. You will enter the Purple Moon Mystery Realm to cultivate. When you break through to become a Sage King expert, you will come out of seclusion. At that time, you will no longer be Yu Yin. You will be called Zi Yin, the new clan leader of the Purple Moon clan. Zi Yuan's eyes were bright. Yu Yin's eyes widened in shock. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The Crepe Myrtle Heaven Dipper formation was activated once again. From the time it was closed to the time it took for an incense stick to burn, but it was enough. A white light lit up in front of them, reflecting a black figure. His aura was calm and natural, like a towering tree. Yu Yin's beautiful eyes sparkled. Zi Yuan's expression was also calm as he looked at this figure. He had already expected this result. Lin Feng stepped into the Crepe Myrtle Heaven Dipper formation. Looking at Zi Yuan and Yu Yin, he smiled and nodded lightly. Greetings, Cloud Master. Zi Yuan knelt on one knee. Yu Yin's beautiful face changed slightly. She also remembered the difference in status and wanted to kneel on one knee, but a gentle force stopped her. All right, there's no need to be so polite. Lin Feng smiled indifferently and held out his right hand. His gaze fell on Yu Yin. Seeing that her beautiful face was still somewhat shocked, he knew that Zi Yuan must have already told her. He couldn't help but smile slightly. The future prosperity and decline of the Purple Moon clan will all depend on you, Moon Empress. When these two familiar words fell into Yu Yin's ears, she instantly felt enlightened and understood a lot. Everything depended on Lin Feng. Yu Yin looked at Lin Feng with a myriad of emotions in her heart. At this moment, he was so high and unattainable. That day, although she did not oppose the relationship between her sister Zi Yao and Lin Feng and even supported it, she was actually very clear in her heart that it was impossible for the two of them. Love always could not defeat reality. But she was wrong, very wrong, very wrong. Not only was her talent, not only was her strength, her taste was also much worse than her sister's. The country boy from that day was now standing at the top of the Doling world. Even the entire Purple Moon clan had to look up to him. How high and mighty was he! And she, if not for her relationship with Lin Feng, how could she be the next clan leader? Lin Feng was really repaying evil with good. Thinking of this, Yu Yin's face was filled with shame. She bit her lips until they turned purple. All the changes in her expression fell into Lin Feng's eyes. How could he not guess what Yu Yin was thinking in her heart? Indeed, he was the one who suggested for her to be the clan leader. Zi Yuan loved the house because of its crow. No matter what Zi Yao's mother and sister did before, it was no longer important. The important thing was that Zi Yao loved them, so he would love them too. They were his family. As a man, there was no need for him to be so calculative over trivial matters and matters of the past. People should always look forward. Go, Moon Emperor. Your path has just begun. Lin Feng's eyes were bright as he said clearly. Yu Yin raised her head and looked at Lin Feng, then at clan leader Zi Yuan. The latter was also looking at her with a smile. Yu Yin's heart was filled with emotions. Looking at Lin Feng, she bowed deeply and sincerely. Thank you, Lin Feng. Thousands of words were condensed into 5 words. There was no need to say anything more. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. He watched the beautiful figure disappear before his eyes and enter the Purple Moon mystery realm. He did not lie to her. To Yu Yin, indeed, her life had just begun. And he was already on the journey and there was no turning back. Let's go, clan leader. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with a gentle light, carrying a clear, murderous intent. Zi Manlu had already been killed by him. To the current him, a sage king expert of this level was not even worth a single blow. It would be difficult for him to even injure him. However, although Zi Manlu was dead, it did not mean that the Purple Moon clan would be peaceful. After all, as the Purple Moon King, Zi Manlu's power in the Purple Moon clan was very solid. He was far more powerful than Zi Yuan. What he had to do was to remove all obstacles. Not only did he have to do something for the Purple Moon clan, but also for Yu Yin and Zi Yao. To Zi Yuan, this might be a huge project, but to him, it was just a piece of cake. Clean up. He had to get rid of all Zi Manlu's direct descendants. In front of absolute power, everything was meaningless. Yes, Cloud Master. Zi Yuan nodded respectfully. There was no mercy in his eyes as he led the way. Lin Feng followed closely behind. His murderous intent filled the air as if he was an Azura. A new era of the Purple Moon clan was about to begin. Chapter 1439. Imperial Garden. Sister Qian, where's Lin De Ge? Zi Yao asked as she walked out. He went to teach the bad guy a lesson. Before Qian Lian Huang could say anything, Shi Jixin clenched her fists and said proudly. Huh! Zi Yao was startled. She had just accompanied her mother and looked a little tired. However, after hearing Shi Jixin's words, her heart skipped a beat. Qian Lian Huang smiled and said, Yes, Sister Zi Yao. To prevent trouble, Lin Feng went to kill Zi Manlu. Zi Yao's beautiful eyes immediately lit up, and a worried expression appeared in her eyes. King Ziyu. As a member of the Purple Moon clan, she knew how important the words, King Ziyu were. Zi Manlu was like an emperor in the Purple Moon clan. However, Shi Jixin and Qian Lian Huang were talking about him as if he was an insignificant passerby that could be killed easily. Zi Yao's beautiful eyes flashed as she recalled Lin Feng's strength when he killed old monster Yin Zhe, and she couldn't help but reveal a clear smile. She had forgotten that her Lin De Ge was no longer the same as when he was in the kingdom of Meru. His strength was no longer the same as before. No matter how powerful the Purple Moon King was in the Purple Moon Clan, he was only a Lulon warrior in the Lulon Kingdom. However, her Lin de Gu could easily defeat one of the 4 great leaders of the Netherworld. His strength was far beyond Zimanlu's. However, Zimanlu was a cunning person. Would Lin de Gu Ziyao couldn't help but worry. However, just as she was thinking about it, a familiar sound came from the palace. It was the sound of the teleportation array being activated. Ziyao wasn't the only one. Qian Lian Huang and the other 2 also looked over. As the sound fell, a black figure slowly appeared at the entrance of the palace with a faint smile on his face. It was Lin Feng. He was safe and sound. Ziyao's eyes lit up. She could finally put down the rock in her heart. Lin de Gu, Ziyao called out softly. There were a lot of things she wanted to say. However, looking at those familiar eyes, she didn't need to say anything, because she knew that he understood everything. Don't worry, no one will come and threaten you again. Lin Feng smiled indifferently as his right hand gently pulled Ziyao into his embrace. Feeling the warmth in his embrace, feeling the connection between their hearts, he could finally calm down. It was as if he had returned to the past. That day when he left the kingdom of Maru and stepped into the Do Ling world alone, there were 3 things that he wanted to do. Now, the first target was... it was done. Did it go smoothly? Thousand Love Empress looked at Lin Feng with a faint smile on her face. Lin Feng acknowledged softly. Including his direct descendants and wings, they have all been wiped out. Now Ziyuan is consoling the Purple Moon race people. In the short term, the Purple Moon clan's vitality has been greatly damaged, but in the long term, this is not a bad thing. Once Ziyuan passes smoothly and Yu-In succeeds, the Purple Moon clan will welcome a new development. Zimanlu is too ambitious and sees the Purple Moon clan as a chess piece. No matter how strong the Purple Moon clan is under his control, they will become cannon fodder in the future. Just from the Young Eagle plan that he came up with, we can see his intentions. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled and his brows furrowed. Young Eagle? What is that? Shi Jixin asked curiously. It is a way for wild beasts to train their offspring to be independent. Thousand Love Empress explained. After a goshawk gives birth to a young eagle, it will let it fly independently and learn how to survive. In fact, many demonic beasts are like this. The Young Eagle plan of the Purple Moon clan is the same. They will imprint their offspring when they are still young and send them away through a teleportation array. They will be allowed to live independently and be summoned back when they grow up. I see. Shi Jixin said in realization. According to Ziyuan, less than a third of the offspring can be summoned back. Most of them died because they could not survive. Lin Feng's eyes were burning as he sighed softly. No matter how talented the Purple Moon clan was, such beast-like behavior was too cruel. Really, they are crazy. Why do they have to learn from wild beasts? Shi Jixin pouted. Survival of the fittest, Lin Feng said softly. Looking at Ziyao in his arms, he felt an indescribable emotion. If not for Zimanlu's Young Eagle plan, he wouldn't have gotten to know Ziyao and wouldn't have entered the hunt. He might still be in the kingdom of Maru and might have been swallowed by the beast tide. It had to be said that everything was a joke. Many a time, a wrong turn would turn into a right turn. By the way, Lin Feng, I'm afraid this matter will spread out soon. Are you prepared? Thousand Love Empress's beautiful eyes flashed as she asked. The matter of the Purple Moon clan could not be hidden from others. The news of Zimanlu being killed in the Purple Moon clan and the great change in the Purple Moon clan would spread quickly to the 3 imperial cities of Heaven Spirit. After all, there was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. Of course. Lin Feng smiled faintly and confidently. In the Netherworld. Big news, big news. One of the 4 giants, the Cloud Master, killed the warrior of Lulon, Zimanlu, in the Purple Moon clan. It caused a huge uproar in the Purple Moon clan. It can't be? The Lulan kingdom is going crazy. It's said that the two were fighting to the death. I heard that they were fighting over a woman because of jealousy. Because of Zi Yao's matter, Lin Yun was so angry that he almost slaughtered the entire Purple Moon clan. It's quite cruel. Sigh, now that everyone is dead, who knows what happened? The news was spreading like wildfire. Especially since this matter involved 2 imperial cities, it attracted even more attention. The 3 imperial cities of Heaven Spirit were not harmonious to begin with. Who didn't want to be the real number 1 imperial city in name? Now, the Lulan kingdom had been slapped in the face by the Netherworld. It was a great humiliation. But to the Netherworld Emperor, he was also very angry. Originally, he wanted to use Lin Feng to restrain Yellow Spring. Who would have thought that not long after he took office, Lin Feng would create such a big mess for him? He started a fight with the Lulan kingdom. This bastard! The Netherworld Emperor was so angry that his teeth itched, and the corners of his mouth twitched. The 4 most powerful figures of the Netherworld were his subordinate. Now, not only did Lin Feng cause trouble, but he also admitted it openly. Now, he had to take the blame. Of course, he couldn't punish Lin Feng. After all, he had just appointed Lin Feng as the new leader of the 4 most powerful figures of the Netherworld. Punish him? Wouldn't that be a slap to his own face? Moreover, this matter concerned the reputation of the Netherworld. The Lulan Kingdom's emperor was so aggressive. If he handed Lin Feng over, he would lose all his prestige in the future. How could the Netherworld be on equal footing with the Lulan Kingdom? I'm so angry. Where is this bastard? The Netherworld Emperor roared. Emperor of the Netherworld, Lin Yun said that he is in seclusion. F***CK. The Netherworld Emperor's thunderous roar came from the main hall. It lingered in the hall for a long time. Lin Feng was naturally unperturbed. The Netherworld Emperor was using him, and he was also using the Netherworld Emperor. It would be a waste if he didn't use his backer. The Netherworld Emperor would take all the blame for him. He knew the Netherworld Emperor's personality very well. Previously, Ilian had promised to help him for free. He had asked for information about the Netherworld Emperor, including all the information about him, his personality, and his way of doing things. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. After all, the Netherworld Emperor was different from the Hades Emperor. In the Netherworld, the Netherworld Emperor had the final say. Now, he was the Cloud Master in name. As one of the 4 most powerful figures of the Netherworld, how could he survive in the Netherworld if he didn't know the Netherworld Emperor's personality? Anyway, the 3 emperors have been at odds for a long time. Let them fight. After so many years, even if they have a dispute, I'm afraid they can't do anything to each other. Even if a few people die, it has nothing to do with me. With a calm expression, Lin Feng sped forward. Now that the matter of the Purple Man Pavilion was over, he was free. Naturally, he had to do something else. The Hades Emperor summoned him. The Hades King of the North had sent a message, and the Hades Emperor had summoned him personally. This was definitely not an ordinary matter. Especially the unlimited time clause. It had too many meanings. Along the way, Lin Feng pondered. He was wondering what the Hades Emperor's motive was this time. Unlike the Netherworld Emperor, the Hades Emperor was too mysterious. There was no news at all. Even the Hades Emperor city was managed by the 4 Hades kings. He was just a figurehead. Why would such a person summon him? It was very strange. There were too many questions in his mind. There was no obstruction along the way. Soon, he entered the middle city, the innermost and most mysterious place. I'm here. Lin Feng's gaze turned cold. As he sped forward, he came to Emperor Yan's hall again. It was a familiar place, a familiar feeling. This was the 2nd time he had come here. The difference was that the Hades King of the North had brought him here last time. This time, he was the one who had entered. It was majestic and magnificent. The entire hall was made of ancient stone pillars. It was extremely old. Looking at it from afar, he could feel a chill in his heart. Looking at the entire hall, there was a different feeling. It was quiet and solemn. It was like the existence of the heavens. Even though it was close, it felt unreal. It was as if it was very far away. It was unusually majestic. Phew! Lin Feng heaved a long sigh of relief. His gaze was bright. He felt that this trip was completely different from the previous one. There was an additional strange feeling. There was a strange space enveloping him. The entire area seemed to be filled with a special feeling, but he couldn't put his finger on it. The stone pillars were still the same stone pillars. The hall was still the same hall. However, looking at the same scenery at a different time, it was a different feeling. How strange! Lin Feng's gaze flickered. At this moment, he felt that the Hades Emperor's summon was not as simple as a mere summon. There must be a reason behind it. However, he didn't know what it was. Since I'm here, I might as well take things as they come. No matter what, I'll know once I enter. All his thoughts turned into calmness. Lin Feng's gaze was resolute. The heaving of his chest gradually calmed down. He moved and landed in front of the hall's door. There seemed to be another world inside. It was like a completely independent space. There was only a door between them. It was a distance that could be crossed with a single step. However, it was like two separate spaces. Lin Feng closed his eyes and heaved a long sigh. His eyes instantly lit up. But Lin Feng frowned and stepped in. Chapter 1440. Schwa. Lin Feng finally entered. It was as if he had passed through layers of space, as if thousands of years had passed. He thought it was just a simple step, but now it seemed so far away. This step seemed so long, and everywhere he passed, there was a different feeling. That day, when he entered this door, there was nothing strange. But this time, it was completely different. Purring! Lin Feng's heart was heavy, but his eyes were deep. Clang! It was a sound that came from the bottom of his heart. It was a very familiar feeling. It was none other than the Doomsday Spear. It was a feeling of fighting spirit, as if it had been triggered. Lin Feng's eyes were burning. The Doomsday Spear instantly appeared in his hand, bringing with it a feeling of connection. It was not with himself, but with the space and everything around him. It was very special. Suddenly, the wind and clouds changed. Chi! The space changed, and a figure appeared in front of him. It was a figure that seemed both real and illusory. It was as if it was a shadow, as if it was shrouded in smoke. However, there was a spear in his hand, and it had an extremely strong spear intent. It was very familiar. No, it was very familiar. Lin Feng opened his eyes wide, and he instantly understood many things. He might not recognize other things, but the spear intent couldn't be hidden from him. He had only met two super experts who used spears. Their spear intent surpassed the Saint King realm and reached the Starry Sky realm. One was the Northern Dragon Guard Pure Dragon Peak, and the other was Saint Lord Cloud's spear. The spear intent of the figure in front of him was exactly the same as Saint Lord Cloud's spear. It can't be wrong. Lin Feng's heart trembled, and his eyes were burning. Although he didn't know why Saint Lord Cloud Spear's figure would appear here, seeing it with his own eyes, his body's reaction couldn't be wrong. Below the Saint King realm, there was only a difference in realm between the Saint King realm and the Spear Forgetting. However, after reaching the Starry Sky realm, it was different. There were thousands of great Daos, countless. Every warrior, if they could break through the bottleneck of the Saint King realm, would comprehend a unique Tao of spear. It was called the spear intent of the Starry Sky realm. It was a type of self. Now, the spear intent of the figure in front of him belonged to Sacred Lord Cloud's pair. Chi. Clouds and mist intertwined. The long spear seemed to dance along with the mirage. The footsteps, the changes in the spear, all of them revealed a kind of heavenly Tao feeling. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled as he stared deeply without blinking. This scene was all too familiar to him. That day, it was the same when he comprehended cloud rising. It was just that the him back then was completely different from the him now. Not only in terms of strength, but also in terms of comprehension towards the spear. The spear arts of the starry sky experts contain the Tao and the power of heaven and earth. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he understood. The so-called Tao was the Tao of constellations and the Tao of spear art. The so-called power of heaven and earth was a power that did not belong to the Do spirit world. However, that was not the case in reality. It was merely the evolution of star origin power, and it was the origin of the starry sky power. In other words, it was equivalent to the star origin energy of a starry sky powerhouse. The difference was obvious. Had Cloud's spear Holy Master reached the level of a supervoid powerhouse? Of course not. If he had become a supervoid powerhouse, how could he continue to stay in the Do spirit world? It was like a giant wanting to stay in an ant's nest. The entire Do spirit world would collapse. In reality, it was a Tao of spear arts that surpassed the level of a saint king. It activated the power of heaven and earth, and unleashed a power that was far beyond the level of a saint king. Different Taos and different essences would naturally result in different powers. Hua! Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he stared at the illusory figure in front of him. There was too much enlightenment in his heart. It was like a thirsty person seeing water or finding an oasis in the desert. After the first time he comprehended cloud rising, this time, it could be said that success came naturally without any obstacles. His body moved as the doomsday spear in his hand vibrated, causing changes in his body. Lin Feng once again entered a deep state of enlightenment. Hua! Hua! The changes in his body caused the doomsday spear to ring continuously. Lin Feng had completely entered the state of self. His obsession with the spear was not just a matter of a day or two. His desire for strength was also extremely urgent. Only with enough strength would he have enough power to protect everything he wanted to protect and control his own fate. Not only himself, but also the fate of his loved ones. Qi. Qi. The spear was like lightning, illusory and shadowy. The dancing of the doomsday spear was extremely compatible. However, unlike the previous time, the illusory figure's spear moves were just a series of movements. There was no enlightenment or anything special about it. However, the layman was here to watch the show while the expert was here to see the technique. The accumulation of the Tao is even more profound, and it enters the heart. Using the spear moves to express it can no longer be summarized by the word imparting. It requires one to comprehend, explore, and search for it. Lin Feng let out a soft cry. The enlightenment of the spear move this time was clear and clear. With the foundation of cloud rising, the peak of the Saint King levels Tao of spear arts, and an extremely strong comprehension ability, his comprehension of the spear move was twice the result with half the effort. As he honed the doomsday spear and felt everything, the illusory figure's movements appeared in his mind. His body changed on its own and adapted to it. He was also comprehending. Day after day passed. In terms of cultivation, each day was merely an instant. Even a year would pass by in the blink of an eye. It was common for many experts to go into seclusion for a few years at a time. It could be decades or even centuries. You had to put in a lot of effort to gain something. There were no shortcuts to cultivation. The only way was to walk step by step. Swish! Lin Feng finally stopped. His eyes were bright. The doomsday spear in his hand vibrated, as if it was protesting. However, since Lin Feng had stopped, he would not cultivate for the time being. The epiphany was over. What a profound spear move! Just a glimpse of the way of the spear has surpassed cloud rising by so much. Lin Feng was delighted and in disbelief. He was not afraid of the difficulty of the spear move. He was only afraid that it was not difficult enough. The more difficult the spear move, the greater the benefits once one comprehended it. The increase in strength of the clone would be even more terrifying. Just a glimpse of the way. If I cultivate according to the state of epiphany, I will definitely be able to fully comprehend it in less than half a year. Lin Feng's eyes were bright and his brows relaxed. He was completely confident. However, he did not have the time. The great shaman-demon war was intense. The 3 imperial cities of Tianling were in a mess. How could he not be involved? Although he was in the state of epiphany, he maintained a short moment of clarity in his heart. As such, the 7 days of epiphany had ended. Today there were too many things he had to do. It was not the time for him to forget about food and sleep. If he cultivated for half a year, the entire situation would be out of his control. He could not take such a risk. Now that I have opened this door, it will be much easier to enter in the future. Lin Feng's eyes were deep as he thought to himself. Comprehending it was just a matter of time. There was no need to rush. What he was more concerned about was who the figure was. Was it Cloud Spear Saint Lord? If it was him, then what was his identity? King of Hell? Guess? Or the high and mighty King of Hell? Or he had recognized the wrong person. All of this was like a mystery that made him extremely curious. After all, what he saw previously was like a dream. That figure was just a figure, and not Cloud Spear Saint Lord himself. Hua! Lin Feng looked around and was very calm. At this moment, he was no longer surrounded by clouds and fog. He was in the real Emperor Yan's hall. He had been here once, and his memory was still fresh. Simple and unadorned stone pillars supported the entire empty hall. There were many carvings and murals around, and they were extremely old. The entire hall was filled with a heart-stirring aura. It was as big as the sky, and one could feel peace in their heart. He felt very small. King of Hell! Lin Feng called out softly. He looked around, but there was no response. He was puzzled and called out a few more times. However, the results were the same. The King of Hell was not here. Could it be that he had made a wasted trip? Lin Feng's eyes were bright and he was curious. After waiting for a long time, he still did not get any response. He shrugged and walked around. Let's wait for a while. Lin Feng thought to himself. He looked at the stone walls around him, and he was curious. The last time he was here, he had only taken a cursory look, and did not take a closer look. To him, everything here was so new and strange. Perhaps it was just some weird carvings, but this was Emperor Yan's hall. Emperor Yan's hall. How could it be ordinary? What exquisite carvings! Lin Feng touched the stone pillars, and his heart trembled. As he touched the carvings, he felt a deep feeling in his heart. Without a doubt, they were the remnants of energy, and they were very profound. Carvings after carvings looked like saber and sword carvings, but they also looked like ordinary carvings. However, there was no proof and no other clues. Besides the stone pillars and stone walls, there was nothing else in Emperor Yan's hall. Lin Feng walked forward and looked at the stone pillars one by one. Almost every stone pillar was 10 meters in diameter, and there were all kinds of carvings. It felt like countless battles had taken place here. Strange Emperor Yan's hall, Lin Feng muttered. As he touched the carvings on another stone pillar, he also felt a sense of energy. This place was like the remnants of a battlefield. Lin Feng walked forward step by step, and the feeling in his heart grew stronger. The doomsday spear seemed to be vibrating, as if it had been aroused. It also seemed to be hinting at something. This feeling had been there since the last time he entered Emperor Yan's hall. What was it? He was not sure. He walked slowly, pacing around the entire hall. Every time he passed a stone pillar, he would feel a strange feeling. Little by little, it gathered. Lin Feng's eyes were bright and he pursed his lips. The sound of the doomsday spear in his heart became more and more profound. His body also seemed to be moving, and he did not know how many stone pillars he had passed. Suddenly, Hua! Lin Feng's eyes lit up completely. But the doomsday spear in his hand rang loudly, and his fighting spirit soared. His expression changed. That was? Chapter 1441. This was a stone pillar that was not much different from its surroundings. However, in Lin Feng's eyes, it was very different. It was as if it was a completely different entity from the surrounding stone pillars. Carving? No, its spear patterns. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. It was made up of countless intersecting, irregular, and deep markings. They seemed to have no pattern, and he would not have felt anything when he first entered. However, right now they were deeply engraved in his heart. He was deeply immersed in these spear patterns. The way of the spear. Lin Feng was shocked. It was the nameless spear move that he had just grasped. Everything that had happened before was still fresh in his mind. The spear move that the Cloud Spear Holy Master's phantom used was deeply imprinted in his heart and could not be erased for a long time. He stretched out his hand and gently touched these familiar yet unfamiliar spear patterns. His heart was beating fast. It was too clear. These spear patterns were not left behind by war. If they were left behind by war, there should be no pattern and no pattern. However, these spear patterns looked messy like graffiti. In fact, they were not. Every horizontal, every vertical, and every stroke was as if an expert was using a spear to describe the way of the spear. Majestic, majestic. It could only be understood, but not explained. Only those who had been deeply immersed in the way of the spear would be able to understand it. Hua Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He completely understood now. He did not understand these spear patterns or the so-called way of the spear. Instead, he understood one thing. It seems like this is the real reason why the Emperor of Hell asked me to come. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. His heart was extremely clear at this moment. With the Emperor of Hell's status, he would definitely not play tricks and ask him to come, but he was nowhere to be seen. It had been 7 days since he stepped into Emperor Yan's hall. No matter how busy the Emperor of Hell was, he should be able to see him now. The reason why he did not appear. The reason was clear. Thank you, Emperor of Hell, for your guidance. Lin Feng took a step forward and bowed deeply towards the depths of Emperor Yan's hall. He stared at these spear patterns and imprinted them deeply in his mind and heart. After which, he turned around and walked out of Emperor Yan's hall with determined steps. Every stone pillar here had a spear pattern on it. Every stone pillar seemed to be a spear move, a sword move, and a saber move. They were extremely profound, and some of them were even more profound than the spear moves he had comprehended. However, one could never get tired of biting off more than they could chew. To him, this spear move was enough for him to comprehend for a while. Emperor Yan's hall was filled with mystery. Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly as he strode forward. Suddenly, his gaze deepened as he saw a figure standing in front of him. He didn't know where the figure had come from or when he had appeared, but he was standing right in front of him. Who is he? Lin Feng was completely stunned as he stared at the ordinary-looking man in front of him. He couldn't feel any aura from him, but at this moment, his heart was fluttering. Naturally, he recognized him. Compared to the last time he saw him, there was no stubble on his face, and he was much cleaner. He still looked like he had been through a lot, but he no longer looked as dispirited as before. Holy Master! Lin Feng murmured. The ordinary-looking man in front of him was the super-expert who had taught him the spear move Cloud's Rise that day. Holy Master Cloud Spear. Should I call you Lin Feng or Lin Yun? Holy Master Cloud Spear asked indifferently. His ordinary-looking eyes gave off a feeling of great wisdom, as though he had seen through everything in the world. Lin Feng greets the Emperor of Hell. Lin Feng regained his senses and cupped his hands respectfully. There was no need for further questions or doubts. Everything was clear before his eyes. From the moment he had seen the illusion of the spear move, he had already been 50% or 60% sure. Now, he was 100% sure. Holy Master Cloud Spear was undoubtedly the Emperor of Hell. Raising his head, the two of them looked at each other. The atmosphere seemed to have frozen and time had stopped. "Do you have many questions?" Holy Master Cloud Spear asked slowly. "Yes." Lin Feng nodded. Looking at Holy Master Cloud Spear, there were too many things he didn't understand. "Ask away." Holy Leader Yun Chang's eyes flashed. He was still as calm as ever, standing aloof from worldly affairs. It was hard to imagine that such an ordinary-looking expert was one of the three sovereigns of the heavenly spirit world who was as powerful as the Emperor of Hell. It was because he didn't have a spear with him. "Emperor of Hell, you are not human?" Lin Feng asked hesitantly. The Cloud Spear Saint Lord's name shouldn't be fake. He was one of the 12 Saint Lords of the human race. However, to be able to sit on the throne of Hades, he must belong to one of the 8,000 neutral races. "Then, Lin Feng, are you human?" Holy Master Cloud Spear asked. His eyes were calm and indifferent. This short sentence cleared all his doubts. Lin Feng was enlightened. Indeed, the boundary between human and not human was too blurry. The King of Hell's North, including King of Hell himself, more or less had the blood of humans. There were those like Li Chan and Venerable Heavenly Secret who looked no different from humans. There were also those like Guo Xiao who didn't look like a human at all. However, the most important thing wasn't the appearance, but heart. Obviously, Holy Master Cloud Spear's heart belonged to the human race. "How powerful is Yen, Imperial City?" Holy Master Cloud Spear asked slowly. "Very powerful." Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly. "How is it compared to humans?" Holy Master Cloud Spear asked again. "This." Lin Feng frowned slightly. He seemed to have understood something. He looked at Holy Master Cloud Spear as if he had been enlightened. His heart was in turmoil and he couldn't calm down. He looked at the ordinary-looking man in front of him. However, he was so tall now. He felt respect for him. The Boorish wilderness was huge. Humans were everywhere in the Boorish wilderness. The human race's 9 regions were flourishing. However, the human race's potential was rather poor. This was too unnatural. If he had never been to the sorcerer world and truly understood Tianling and the 8,000 neutral races, he might not have known. However, after experiencing it for himself, he knew how big the world was. Only then did he know that his previous knowledge was shallow. There might be many humans, but in terms of Sage-level experts and Sage King-level experts, they were extremely rare. Putting everything else aside, the number of Sage King-level experts in the Purple Moon Clan alone was more than all of the 9 regions of the human race. The Purple Moon Clan wasn't even considered one of the strongest among the 8,000 neutral races. "My mother is a human. My wife is also a human." Holy Master Cloud Spear's eyes were clear as he spoke slowly. His voice was calm and there was a hint of nostalgia and warmth in it. He also revealed a rare smile. Lin Feng saw that. Holy Master Cloud Spear was the same as him. He valued relationships and had the typical 7 emotions and 6 desires of humans. However, from his expression, it was as if he was reminiscing too much. Lin Feng pursed his lips. He had already understood a lot. 3 styles of Cloud Spear. I taught you Cloud's Rise, because an old friend asked me to. As for this Cloud's Rise, if you can comprehend it and find the true profundity of the spear, in time you will be able to dominate the Douling world. His words were calm and clear. However, when it came from Holy Master Cloud Spear, it had a different feeling. It was deep and profound. Looking at those emotionless eyes, Lin Feng was shocked. Not only was he Holy Master Cloud Spear, but he was also one of the 3 sovereigns of the heavenly spirit realm, the Hades Emperor. In terms of strength, he was on the same level as the Hades Emperor and the Lulon Emperor. He could be said to be second only to Sorcerer Emperor Jiang and the other supreme experts in the Douling world. His evaluation was, of course, pertinent. However, he had learned the second style of the 3 styles of Cloud Spear, Cloud's Rise, and he was already unrivaled in the Douling world. How strong was Holy Master Cloud Spear, who had learned the essence of the 3 styles of Cloud Spear? Lin Feng looked at the man in front of him. He couldn't see through him. He was shocked. Could he be comparable to Sorcerer Emperor Jiang and the commander of the demon race? A martial artist must have talent and aptitude. None of them can be missing. Only one of them can reach the peak and become an emperor. However, that's all. Holy Master Cloud Spear said slowly. Lin Feng understood a lot after hearing his word. His eyes sparkled and his heart was clear. I see. He had almost forgotten that Holy Master Cloud Spear had human blood flowing in his body. A human's talent wasn't strong. Perhaps Holy Master Cloud Spear's aptitude and spear techniques were the best in the Douling world. However, his talent was limited. It was like a bucket filled with water. No matter how much water there was, the bucket was only so big. So what? Holy Master Cloud Spear's words were very calm. However, there was a subtle sigh. He was limited by the heavens. His body couldn't unleash the true power of his spear technique. He might be able to become an emperor. However, that was all. A single sentence was enough to explain everything. He was already the Hades Emperor. However, he couldn't compete with Sorcerer Emperor Jiang and the commander of the demon race. He couldn't stand proudly in the Douling world. Lin Feng, you are different from me. Holy Master Cloud Spear's expression was indifferent. There was a hint of admiration in his eyes. There are only 4 people in the Douling world who can pass the 9,000 floors of the path to heaven. You are the 5th. All 4 of them have talent and aptitude. Any one of them has the absolute strength to dominate the Douling world. Although you don't have the qualification now, your future is limitless. I have high hopes for you. Holy Master Cloud Spear's voice was firm. Lin Feng looked into his deep eyes. He saw sincerity and confidence. However, he didn't see any ambition or cunning. So, Hades Emperor, you mean? Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he probed. There was no free lunch in the world. Even Hades Emperor was no exception. He wasn't related to Holy Master Cloud Spear at all. Holy Master Cloud Spear's intention was clear. Imparting Cloud Spear was a request from an old friend. However, why would he impart Cloud Spear? Promise me. Holy Master Cloud Spear's voice suddenly became heavier. Lin Feng's eyes turned cold. Instantly, he met Holy Master Cloud Spear's eyes. There were too many complicated emotions in his eyes. If I die in the future, please take my place. Protect the human race. Holy Master Cloud Spear's voice was casual but firm. Holy Master Cloud Spear's voice echoed in Lin Feng's ears. However, their eyes didn't shift at all. The same blood flowed in each other's bodies. I agree. Lin Feng did not hesitate at all as he spoke with a serious expression. This was also his responsibility. It was his duty. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.